This
All right.
conference will now be recorded.
Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, October 15th, 2020 at 6:01 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Robin, please note we have all of our council members with us tonight. We will start with executive session. Number one, convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding a potential franchise agreement with Maritime Energy GP LLC for LP gas service in the Hollows. C, discussion regarding purchase of real property from Preston Jackson for property located at 20509 Don Drive. D, discussion regarding city manager's performance, evaluation, compensation, and employment agreement. E, discussion regarding Lago Vista Property Owner Association's request for payment. And we will convene at 6:02 p.m. and then we'll be right back.
So who's going to DJ during the people's session for the next 30 minutes? Anyone? Anyone?
Paul, can you hear me? This is Ray Jones.
I can, Ray. Good evening. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. I'm having some technical difficulties. I can't get the camera to show like it's supposed to. I don't know what
If you
the
look at
problem.
if you look at the bottom of your screen, do you see a green button that says camera?
Well, I see a white button and it says turn on camera. When I click turn on camera, nothing happens. I mean, I've never had this problem before, but somehow it's not working.
Well, it's a good thing that Darren Ginther is on this tonight because he's our local technical expert. Darren?
Okay.
Oh, my billing rate just went way up.
Oh, wow. That's okay. Paul can handle it.
I agree. I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is
Uh,
Ray Jones.
Hey, Ray, and you have a camera, right?
Yeah, sure.
And you click on,
I've listened to many of these city council meetings and zoning meetings, etc. I've never had any problem whatsoever.
and you clicked on turn on camera and it just doesn't go on.
Yep, turn on camera and nothing happens.
Well, probably the simplest thing to do is reboot and join the meeting, making sure that camera is hooked up. But I can't guarantee that that's going to help.
I did that. I've already done that.
Okay. Well, we can't see you, but we can hear you just fine.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, it's probably just as well that you can't see me. That's all right.
I understand.
I can see you guys, so that's perfect.
They went into executive session a few minutes ago. They'll probably be out in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Paul,
Yes, ma'am.
are you drinking? Hi, are you drinking water?
You know it, right there.
There you go. Just checking.
Just doing water.
You may be the only one drinking water, Paul.
I know. Well, I'm applying for a job, so
You know, if you're in the right country, that doesn't matter. You could be drinking over having a drink and getting the job.
yeah, I suppose so.
Now, the people in glass houses shouldn't be throwing rocks, you guys.
Paul's
Hey,
got a lot of glass.
Hey guys, just a reminder for everyone is they've got that trash cleanup going on through Saturday, I think, through Saturday. So if you've got, you've got the old couch, you've got Ray, you're here. We see you, Ray.
Well, I kept clicking on buttons that I didn't know what to do, and finally, did I show up? Okay, I did.
Yes, sir.
That's probably not good.
No, don't be silly.
Now you can see what I'm eating and drinking, so that's not good.
Hey, look, there's Gerald.
What's going on, guys and gals? So I guess they're in a little private meeting.
They're in executive session, yes, sir.
Okay. How you doing, Diane?
Pretty good, hanging in there.
Yeah. I wish the
Putting
water would
air
stop
in my
going.
car's tires.
What's that?
So putting air in my car's tire. Every single tire needs air in it.
Oh yeah.
Because you
Well,
never drive any of your cars.
and it's getting cold outside.
That's what happens when it gets cold, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was 92 today.
Yeah, true. I think we're having a push of some warm weather before this front comes in here.
Gerald, how goes the construction of that waterfall over here at your lake house?
There has been absolute zero done on it lately. I don't have the time right now to mess with it. But
Is that
what
where
I
I
need to
heard
do is
large machine? large machine noises? Is that up on your side, Gerald?
No, I don't know who would be making large machine noises.
You know,
I've
I've been
had big
hearing that,
machine noise.
Diane, I've been hearing that earlier this week, maybe it was over the weekend, I heard what sounded like a chipper going.
No, that was the next door neighbors. That was Bruce and what's her name?
Anastasia?
Anastasia, yeah. And they were doing something over there, but I still can't see what they did.
Huh.
Hmm. I heard noises this morning. Like,
Oh,
you know, machine construction, big noises.
well, I have a guy that's supposed to be going over there moving some rocks around, but I don't know if he got there today or what's going on. I know I just had to.
Oh, you're not here right now?
No, I'm in Houston right now.
Oh, well, maybe it was you. It was either you or Mickey because it came from that direction over there.
I don't think it'll be Mickey right now. That's interesting. I know that the BAMP's been doing quite a bit, but I don't know if he's doing anything right now.
No, I can usually see something happening there, but it was not from there. I don't think. But Paul, on your screen, the person who's in the block next to you, I can't see that person. Can somebody help me so I know who's there?
It's Darren, and he's in the dark.
Yeah, he's in the dark. I can't make
On
out
my
his face.
screen, Darren shows below you.
Yeah, Diana, it doesn't arrange the same
Oh.
for everybody.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Maybe we could do like the, what was that show? The, what was that 1970 show with the 6 kids?
Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch. You know, if I just kind of look over at the other one here on the tiles.
Yeah.
So Paul, are they in this private session? Are they already voting? So it doesn't matter what we say?
No.
Oh, no.
I don't even know if it's a topic
Executive
on the
session.
executive session.
I know what it's about. Trying to figure out how Paul can't get in there. I hate to say it, but you're way more qualified than anybody else sitting up there right now to be filling that void right now.
Well, I don't know about that, but thank you, Gerald.
I can pretty much assure you of that.
Well,
Diligence is a very good virtue.
well, I'm flattered, but I got a long way to go. There's some excellent people for running for city council right now.
I wasn't talking about them. I'm talking about to fill the void right now. With your background of all the things that you've been going to all the meetings, you've been seeing and hearing all that's going on in there right now. I don't think anybody else has been doing that.
Thank you, Gerald.
When do you have time, Paul, to make a living?
I'm doing it as we talk right now, and I've actually got 2 shipments I've got to try to do at some point this evening so I can have it ready for tomorrow.
Well, I finally got the approval on my LED light money launderer.
Oh, your LED cleaner? Really?
Yep.
Did you,
So
what about that contract manufacturer I put you in touch with over in San Diego? Did you ever?
I'm now at the point where I need to go actually talk to a contract manufacturer. So I have a friend that works for one, but it's an overseas company. But they're really big, and I don't know if I want to go mess with somebody really big. But he's the president of the company, so he can pull some strings for me, I think.
I did that cost analysis I did on that bill of materials. Did you find any use in that?
It's not yet. It's not useful yet until I sit down and talk to these people and go, oh, really? That's how much you think I should pay for that? Okay. I beg to differ.
Well, I think the most important thing you'll get from that, Gerald, is look at their commit time, their lead time to build that product, and versus the lead times that I put on each of those individual PCB components. It's several of those have long lead times. One or two of them I think was obsolete, and the other one is more or less just a description. But they'll go through all that with you. They're all competent. All those contract manufacturers are set up for that kind of thing.
Let's hope they're all on top of their game, because there's going to be thousands of these things needed.
Your best bet is probably, for both expertise and cost, is going to be to use someone down in Guadalajara like Sanmina SCI, Plexus, Jabil, or Flex. Those guys.
They're in Guadalajara?
Yeah.
Okay. I like
When you
Guadalajara.
get to that point, I can give you some contacts.
I have a friend here. Maverick, look up. Look up. He wants to join in the conversation. Stop, Mav.
Will you be ready to go for 7:15?
I said 7:45. Isn't that what time it is? Okay.
Or do I need to change it?
So my wife was reminding me we have to leave here at 7:15. Are they going to be out of this executive meeting? Hopefully within an hour.
Oh yeah, I should think so. I don't think there's anything contentious on the agenda
Sometimes
tonight.
yes, and sometimes no.
Someone's got too many microphones on. Turn off your mic.
Well, I'm on the call, but nothing's happening right now. You can come around here. Say hello to Diane. You see her right there? And there's Darren. Come here.
Who's there?
Sam.
Hey, Johnny.
No, that's Sam.
Sammy? I can't see. I couldn't. I have to get my nose on the screen to see anyway. Hi, Sammy.
Hi.
You see Darren right there? Darren Gunther? And that's our friend Darcy.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
And that's Ray. I don't know if you remember him. He was at our house one time. And there's
Hi,
Gerald.
Sam, how are you?
Say hello. Good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
Sam, you better remember me. You're jumping off the top of my dock and weren't scared at all when you're doing it either.
I remember.
Remember Gerald gave us those wakeboards for you guys. The wakeboards and the little kayak.
It's no wakeboard.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, the paddle boards, excuse me.
Paddle boards, yeah.
Yeah. Paddle boards. What's up? You just checking in? Okay. Did you guys go make pizzas yet? Are you waiting for Mom to get home to do it for you?
No, Molly.
Molly?
Yeah.
I don't know what time she's going to be home. She's at volleyball practice. What's John doing?
It's not fresh.
Did you do your extra credit math?
It's not extra credit. It's extra math that I have to do.
Okay.
And I moved on to the second unit, and I got one problem wrong. I actually got it right, but I actually clicked the wrong key. Like, I'll sometimes it'll be like 3 minus 1. I might click like 1 or 3, and I'll get the answer wrong. That's what I did with that one. So I would have been moving on to multiplication.
Excellent.
And after multiplication, you go to division.
Better.
I think once you get that, I don't think it's actually good.
Okay. Will you turn the outside lights in the porta cachet on, please? In the parking court? Yes.
Make supper soon and we're playing outside.
Yeah, play outside for a while. Why don't you practice your soccer on that net?
Okay, I'm practicing with Sam right now.
Good, that's great.
Just forget if they're saying something in the microphone off.
I don't think so. You might be talking to someone else. Okay, y'all going out there and play.
note paper. Let's put this. Oh, that's a little better. Now I'm sitting in a chair. I wonder if can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, you can
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
We can all hear you.
Did I say anything inappropriate yet?
Hopefully.
Yet. Oh, shoot. Son of a gun.
Steve, you're not related to any of the Shield brothers or Shield Steel down in Houston, are you?
No, sir, I am not. I kind of wish I was, though, right about now.
Well, you spell the name exact same, so.
Shoot.
Because they just sold out and they're all retired somewhere. So I figured, well, that could be you because you're
Oh.
up at the lake at least, and I'm still here in Houston.
Oh, you're in Houston, huh?
Yeah. Well, I have a house up there, but
Okay.
I'm only there on the weekends.
All right. Well, nice. You know, I have yet really to have a good time in Houston. That traffic, I get into it, and next thing you know, I go, I'm back to Lago.
Born and raised in it, so it's just something we have to put up with.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you've seen it really grow and change and get worse and worse and worse.
All my good hunting spots are neighborhoods now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 290 was a 2-lane road for a long time.
Wow, unbelievable.
Now I think in Houston it's now 6 or 8 lanes wide. I can't remember.
Where is Irene on this? I always see her posts. Irene Carrillo?
I think she's here.
She's here. Why don't I see her?
She was
She
here.
might not have her
Everybody-
camera on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody doesn't turn their camera and microphone on.
Oh, so if you just do this, then I'm gone. Okay. All right.
Yeah, but then we can't see your facial expressions when everybody's talking.
Oh,
The camera should be,
oh, cool. Okay. Now
if someone's making a statement and you can't see someone's face to how they're reacting to something,
yeah.
you call that, you know? I have a horrible poker face. I just laugh all the time, so.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm gonna be on your team. Team Giggles. Unless it's inappropriate, and then I will refrain. Try. DT? Tell me about this DT. Do I refer to you as DT or D? Do you prefer D? Or
Diane?
Diane.
Diane is best.
Okay. Diane. Pleasure to meet you. How do I get rid of this?
It's nice to meet you too. I don't, have you joined the meetings previously, Steve?
No, ma'am, I have not. This is my first one,
Oh, well,
so
welcome.
if I appear sweaty
Welcome.
and nervousy, that's why.
My eyes are so bad I wouldn't be able to see.
Oh, shoot. And there's
So we
Lisa
don't worry.
Shaw. Hi,
I
Lisa
came in
Shaw.
from the garage putting air in tires and mowing the lawn. So
Well, I need you to come over. I've got a wheelbarrow that has a flat tire, and it's problematic. Please come over and help me.
Diane, if you hover over your picture and click on the dots, you can change your name from DT to Diane or somebody else's name.
if I click on what dots, where is
Yeah,
that?
I don't see dots.
I don't know how to do that.
Like, take your mouse and bring it over your picture. Your own picture.
Hmm.
You see dots in the upper right corner of the picture?
No. Do I need to right click or something?
I didn't hear you, sorry.
Do I need to right click or something? There's nothing appearing, just rolling over it.
Okay, it may be working differently then. On my
Oh,
computer,
oh,
I just-
so for me, that those three dots are the settings wheel. I don't know if that, because if I look at settings wheel, it takes me to personal information, and I'm guessing that I could go ahead and change stuff there. But do you have that, Diane? Or
Yeah, I got settings and I can see I see my picture, but where is it gonna show me my name?
Well, you have to go into settings and hit personal information.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. I do believe.
I see audio, camera, and general.
Okay, so that's different.
Maybe it's under general.
No.
Yeah, mine is,
Oh,
It's got meeting information, personal information, then
That-
auto set.
that's what I have, exactly.
yeah, that's not showing.
Oh.
I'm clicking on the wrong thing then.
Diane, I think it may be a factor of whether you're running the app or whether you're in a web browser.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm running the web browser.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't think those option settings are available in the web browser.
Yeah, that must
So-
be, that has to be what it is.
So if you don't mind, until you are able to get it fixed, I will be referring to you as DT. It's a
Well, I'm gonna
joke.
be Diana.
Nobody knows me, so
Well, if you're gonna call
I
me,
should not joke.
if you insist on calling me initials, then I go by TJP. That's the short version of my last name. So
Oh my-
so I do have TJP on my campaign signs, and so
TJP.
TJP works well as well.
Look at all of my notes are all
Yeah.
about you, Diane.
Oh dear.
TJP.
Okay, that's not good. Well, it could be good.
It's okay. So how does this work? What are we waiting for at this point?
They're an executive
Just waiting for
session.
one of them to come back.
Oh,
They'll come out when they come out.
okay.
So
Oh,
Irene did a chat and says she's on her balcony laughing out loud right now.
Oh, you stinker. Irene,
Yeah, we're not using the chats like we were before.
I appreciate Irene's post so much. In fact, I should probably just keep that to her. Irene, if you can hear me, Irene, thank.
And some of you might not have been here on the last meeting, but they did say that they will not respond anymore to chats. And so if you have a question, you're supposed to turn your camera on and put your hand up and wait to be called on. So they will not respond to that chat box anymore when they come
Thank
back.
you, Dari. That's super useful.
Yep.
Hey, Darcy. Paul Prince asking, I know when I joined in the last session, I missed them discussing, saying they're not doing chat. Was there a justification given for not doing chat?
Well, first it wasn't in the agenda or the packet, but I guess what happened is it too much side noting going on, and it's hard, I think, for them to be concentrating and trying to watch the side panel and see what people are saying. And also, I believe because the questions won't go in the actual minutes, you know, if they can't see you, you're not even recorded as being here.
She's right, Paul. They specifically made mention of the inability to capture everything in the chat windows within the minutes, and therefore didn't feel it appropriate to be obliged to respond to comments.
And I'm not sure I agree with that, because if you ever read the minutes of these meetings, they don't capture all the comments that are made anyway. So that doesn't seem like a valid excuse to me. So at this point, it sounds like the chat window is effectively just a way for us citizens to talk with each other about what's going on, right? So we can potentially at least voice our opinions to ourselves.
I think that I agree. it helps us, but they also did say that it was was becoming confusing to them.
Well, sorry.
And they
Hey, and if anybody cares, I'm running for council and I'll pay attention to the chat window.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm with you, Paul. I don't think it's all that hard to follow, frankly, but, you know, seems like they should find someone.
I don't know, it struck me. I missed the discussion, so I didn't get the background justification, but it sounds like an excuse to listen less, which is not a good idea.
Paul, I'm going to need you to take a typing test before you proceed.
Shalane, did I see you come on?
Yes, that was me commenting. Yes, Shalane, I'm just agreeing with you guys, because when they said that last week, that they were having a hard time keeping up with the chat and with the conversation, I thought maybe they need to sharpen up their multitasking abilities.
I mean, I understand.
Well, in line with what Paul was saying, that we three, Diane, Shalane, and Paul Prince, we're the 3 of the 4 newcomers applying for the city council jobs.
I can understand why you can't follow 2 communication threads at once, one verbal and one written. I get it, but Paul, I appreciate that you're somebody that can multitask and do both, so thank you.
Maybe I'm too hyperactive, I don't know.
I think maybe we need to get rid of the council members that can't multitask and put some on that can.
You know what they say about men and multitasking, that we just fail at both tasks, right?
It might just be that I'm so used to multitasking at work, you know, between work and then you're, you know, being a parent and all these other things. I think, yeah, I think I'm just used to multitasking. It's like second nature.
This changes everything. That looks not even eating as the other one.
Hey, I have a question. If anyone has their packet open, you might know the answer. So, the property that the city was trying to purchase on, let's see if they put the proper address in, 20509 Dawn. Because that was in 3 open meetings, is it now allowed to go into executive session for them to make their decision on it?
The rule is 2 meetings is the precedent, though it's not obligatory. But it's Mayor Tidwell's position that items of consequence and those city ordinances which need to be voted on, changed, or amended should be given plenty ample time for consideration, thus why it takes 2 city council meetings to vote on it.
But isn't that supposed to be voted on? Isn't that supposed to be voted on in open session, not in a closed session? Or executive?
No, I'm not looking at the item. Which agenda item number is it?
I'm looking at executive session number, and it is number C, or letter C.
Hold on. Discussion regarding purchase of real property. My assumption would be that they have to ask some type of legal, are there, I don't know what is, I have no idea why they're discussing it.
That's a good answer, Paul. When you don't know, say it's okay. I don't know. I was just wondering if someone else might know.
I could speculate as to why it's on there, but at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, let me try to add. So, as I understand it, if it's not on the list for executive session, then they shouldn't be talking about it in executive session. And so they've been carrying this agenda item with Preston Jackman for 3 or 4 meetings in a row in the hopes that negotiations with Mr. Jackman and the city's realtor will make progress and they'll have a need to talk about it. So they may have nothing to talk about and there be no discussion on it, or they may be in there saying, okay, here's his counteroffer, or here's some terms he's issuing. Does that make sense? Does, have their attorney comment on it? And then if they're going to make a decision, they would come back out and have to explain what the decision is and actually make it a formal item and vote on it. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone, you've got till October 29th to apply to be on any of the city's advisory boards and commissions. And if you look at the chat window, I just posted a link to that application for anyone interested, as well as the email address to which you will need to send that completed application. Irene, can you hear me? I watched in on I've never watched any of the Parks and Recreation meetings before. I watched that open meeting yesterday, to which Irene is a member of that. Irene, are there any seats coming up available on that committee?
Hey, Gerald, we're getting a lot of...
No audio, Irene. It looks like we can't hear you, Irene, but it looks like there's 4 seats, including your own, coming up for renewal or open for somebody to try to be on. Can any of you hear her?
No. Irene, you have to turn your mic off on the screen and then turn it back on. Yeah, there it goes. Now we can hear you. There you go. Now turn it back on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I turned my application in to continue a couple days ago at the office.
Good, good.
They have a bin outside the door, and you can put the application in the bin.
I also just posted in the message chat for everyone all of the boards here in Lago Vista with the number of seats coming available if anyone is interested. You can see the boards. You can go onto the city's website and view more about it. But citizen involvement is important.
We also need a liaison for the Park and Rec from the City Council. I don't think it's been assigned yet.
That's my understanding too. Oh, you know what? I think I know why they're in there for a long time on this executive session. Might
The
be,
council, city manager.
yeah, item D. All the stuff surrounding Don and Frank.
What are you all reading? I haven't seen anything. Did you print it off from the city website?
No,
What
ma'am.
is-
It's I'm viewing it on the city's website. Perhaps others have printed it off. It's the agenda packet on the city's website.
Oh, okay.
Here, I just posted a link in the chat for you on to the agenda packet that we are looking at.
Okay, I just clicked on it and it says file not found.
Oh, that's strange.
Well, it could be my computer.
Irene, are you on the
Okay, now-
city's home webpage?
Now I got it. I got it now from the one in chat.
Yes, ma'am.
You can also find it. It's a pretty straightforward path through the city's webpage. At the city's home page on the top, there's an Our Government section. Under Our Government, there's agendas and minutes. And when you go to that, you can select any of the commissions like the Golf Committee or City Council. And there should be meeting dates and agendas and packets of the information for the meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What does the city want to do with the Preston Jackson property on Dawn Drive?
They're seeking to acquire and consolidate. They're trying to get a nice, where City Hall currently is right now. They're attempting to acquire enough contiguous property in that area so that they can develop it into a town center. And it's my understanding, Darcy, you might be able to expound upon this. I believe too that it's their hope to try to get a food court there with food trailers.
Yes, that's been on their list for a while. That's why I think a lot of those power poles are going out in the parking lot, but the parking lot will still be there. The only thing I worry about are the buildings that actually, which is the POA and the building that has the seamstress and then the callous hands, broken hearts. Those people, that's their parking lot behind them as well. So I don't know how they're going to feel about that. I think you would probably have to get everybody involved in something like that. That's the backs of their buildings. Supposedly if you were getting a load in, that's where it would come to. So I don't know, but it's been on, it's part of the, what is it? The plan, the 5-year whatever plan, and it's to beautify the park down there. That's why the library is getting an extension and City Hall will get an extension. Me and Paul met with Ed, what was that, Paul, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so. About 3 weeks ago, maybe.
All right.
And that's the comp plan, Darcy.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
What I'm here for.
Oh, there you are. Oh, I didn't see you. I thought there was some type of name for it, but.
Yeah, it's been since 2016, that's been part of the plan. And that town square, you're correct. So we've had discussions with those property owners about improving the entire parking lot and then doing the changes. So one of the things that the undergrounding would do, we would go back through with an approved electrician and do the tie-ins for each of those businesses. So that's part of that project as a whole that would have to happen for each of those properties. And then potentially on the back as well, putting that sidewalk on the edge that gives a separation between the parking lot and the businesses.
Right.
Josh, it looks like there's maybe two lots, or it's either that or it's a very large lot between the POA building and that little multi-tenant building that has Sergeant Strings and other things in it. Is the lot we're talking about that whole space between the buildings?
No, the council voted and purchased the Oliver lot, which is the lot adjacent to the POA building earlier this year. And that was from the Oliver family. And then this is the Preston Jackman, and we just hadn't been able to have contact with Mr. Jackman, but he responded back and said, hey, he's ready to go. So you're correct.
So looking at the Google aerial map, half of that open space is already owned by the city, and this discussion is about obtaining the other half.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And when I was freaking out last week, Josh did make the correction that it had the wrong address on the property for 3 meetings.
I like that other address just as good. I think the other one was.
Well, I think that is one that the mayor was talking to us about wanting to acquire. I was going to let you know, I actually did look, we have the name of those people. I know you can get it too from the taxes, but they might have a thing. They sounded like they might be from the Mideast or something. And a lot of times if they have a visa and they have property owned in the United States, it's part of their visa to get back into the United States, and they might never want to get rid of it unless you offer them another piece of property. So that might be one of the things that you guys keep in mind.
That's one of the things you probably remember that the council did with the Oliver family, because the Olivers wanted to maintain property within the POA. So the council sold, they paid partially and then traded lots to the Olivers for that, so they could remain POA members. And then on those other lots, the ones down Dawn, we presented this to the previous council during a planning workshop. So it had been about 2 years ago, and asked the council if they wanted to pursue that area for potentially the city buying that and then trying to develop that downtown area from there. The council at that time said, no, let's focus on Town Square. And so we've brought the energy back over here to this area. But I agree. I think that area is fantastic as well to be able to look at it.
Hey, Josh, the post you put up last night, I thought that was a very good post.
I only posted it so that you would be nicer to people, Paul. That was the only thing I did. So
You're my inspiration for the kindness, Josh.
Good job, Josh. Mark,
thanks, Steve.
good move.
Yeah, good
Go Tar
luck getting
Heels.
Paul to be nice.
It's an effort to get Paul Roberts to say nice things, guys. It takes a community to get him to say something nice. So everybody on board here.
But being a bully, Paul.
Hey, you know me.
Yeah, I believe that, I don't, as I said in that, I don't post anything online except just strictly city, but over time, and I think someone said it great, it's an action oriented thing. So words are just words. So we need to show our actions and to put it out there to say, if there's something you want to communicate about, I hope we've got a dialogue.
Well, sometimes I get a little too mad and my fingers go crazy, and then I reread something and I delete it, but everybody's already screenshotted it a million times. So now anymore, I try to make everybody laugh at the same time, and they don't think I'm as evil as I am.
Oh, come on now.
Just don't do like Jane and get a bottle of wine in you and start typing on Facebook.
I don't know. I think we're in a pause. Josh is doing something in the back room. We don't know what, but
No, they
hoping to
no, I'm
find
here.
out. Oh,
This is
you
what
are here.
happened,
Okay,
Steve.
all right.
They kicked me out.
Wanted to make sure.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing fishy going on back there, buddy.
They kicked
How are
me
you,
out.
bud? How's the family? How's Savannah and the girls?
They're doing well.
Good.
Josh, why aren't you part of that executive session? I seriously don't understand.
So I was on with the first 3 items, and then they go into my evaluation. And so they kick me out for the evaluation. If they finish up the evaluation on this meeting, they'll invite me back in. If they don't finish it up this meeting, then my assumption is they'll come back into open session and get to work.
I got it. Just like my bosses sit around and talk bad about me.
Pretty much.
Right? Huh? Mm-hmm.
Isn't it so praying for me? It's such a personal thing. But I don't, well, there's things with actually stirring that you can tell about. How thick it is. So there's a lot of information that I'm all
Somebody's got to tell Steve to push his mute button before he leaves.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you could actually hear me. Dang it. I'm cooking ribs for my doggy.
That's what I thought you were cooking us all dinner.
Well, shoot, come on over. And you know what we'll do? We'll just eat the meat and toss them to them. So get busy.
I got this backup muffin. If it goes too long, you'll just see me turn my camera off and go into a snack. So there's no ribs here.
Well, shit, I will not eat in front of anybody, but I don't know. It depends on how long this goes. I'm going back on what I just said. I'll just do this, I guess. Am I gone now, Josh?
No, just make sure you mute it.
Okay, let me try again. Let's go here. Now I'm gone, right? Nobody can see me?
You're
still yeah, right. We cannot see you.
Irene.
Diane may lie to you just to see what you're doing back there.
I just want to see those ribs. I'm having nuts for dinner, okay? So
nuts for dinner?
I'm going to vicariously. I can.
Okay. All right. Is there a particular nut that you enjoy more than another nut?
No, I have the Costco special unsalted nuts. So it's a conglomeration.
Combo deal. Oh, okay.
I thought the answer was going to be. I thought the answer was going to be the city council as a whole.
Your nuts. Oops. Bless. Wait.
Hey, Josh, if those
Muting.
Hey, good news. He found the mute button.
Josh, where's your camera at?
Do you not see me?
I don't see you.
Yeah, you got to move it around or something.
Yeah.
I promise I'm here.
Hey, look, I can turn it sideways. I can do all this stuff.
Gerald, there's a view everyone button.
Oh, okay.
Gerald, I'll
Let's
send
see
you
here.
a selfie by a text real quick if you need me to.
No, I'm good, Josh. I'm good.
I don't want you to miss out.
Yeah. I like to see facial expressions every once in a while,
Right.
especially when they're talking bad about you in there.
That's happening now. So.
I don't understand why they just can't say it to your face, right?
What? Say what? To your face.
Well, whatever they're saying in that meeting.
Oh, because that's it with the lawyer and stuff. And so some of that stuff, the lawyer has to direct them of what can actually be said out in public. And so you're not like, harming someone's reputation or anything like that. So no, they are trying to get some of that to be brought back out more, but.
Gerald, I was whining, and I don't know if you can see my screen yet, but magically the colonel showed up outside and brought me a bucket of chicken. So
Is that right?
I know I might just have to sign out and just let them say what they need to say, because
Steve is back.
A bucket of chicken? Did I hear that correctly? Is this some under the table shenanigans, Josh, that you need to talk about and we need to clear up
no,
right
it was
now?
above table. See, it's right there.
Oh, awesome.
Well, I have dinner reservations in 30 minutes, so I got to get off of here pretty quick.
Me too.
Well, I don't think
I'm with you.
you might not make it.
Oh no,
Diane?
I'm going to dinner. I might have to put in this little chat room, my feelings about Paul being on the board, because I think that's a very, he's the only one really qualified, I think, to make sure that
Yes.
happens.
So is this a genuine endorsement?
Yeah, did everybody hear that?
Okay, we got you. I'm with you, actually. Oops, we probably aren't supposed to share. Back to mute.
I think if you did put that in the side notes, if you have to leave, at least Josh might be able to read it out loud when it comes to that. I don't know, because they're not checking the side notes, so.
I think Josh still likes me. I'm not sure. Will you do that for me, Josh?
Gerald, if the mayor will let me read it out loud, I have been put on restriction to not continue to comment in the chat function, just to the open meeting laws. So when it gets to that session, I will make sure to draw attention to the mayor that's what's in that box.
Okay. Well,
It's
I will
fair
put
enough.
something in the box, because unfortunately I have a 7:45 and it's 30 minutes away.
If you drop off dessert on the way back, I may read it anyway.
Well, dessert, that's a long ways to drop dessert. I'm in Houston.
I'm just saying, you got to find a way.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Sweetheart.
All right, I've put something in there now.
I see it, Gerald, and I'll let the mayor know. just to check them.
All right. All right, guys, I've got to roll. We'll see y'all.
Good night, Joe.
All right, bud. Thank you so much.
Have a good dinner.
Have a good dinner now.
I hope it's a date night.
This is date night, so I got to go date night.
You got to go.
Yeah, that's why I just said I hope it's a date night for you guys.
All right, good to talk with y'all. We'll see you.
Lucy Brown.
Was that ZZ Top? Someone's playing ZZ Top back there or something, or 38, what is that?
I've got Chris Isaac on.
Oh, sounds like a ZZ Top song.
All right, Arch, Tim, Dick, David, and myself, we're all here. All right, if everybody would please mute themselves. Paul, Diane. All right. All right, we reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, any necessary action regarding regular meeting agenda items.
No action.
B, any necessary action regarding potential franchise agreement with Meritum.
No action.
Any necessary action regarding purchase of real property from Preston Jackman.
That's an item later on in the schedule, in the agenda.
Any necessary action regarding city manager's performance evaluation.
No action.
And any necessary action regarding Lago Vista Property Owners Association.
No action.
All right, we will move into citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited. We reconvened at 7:17 p.m. Citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. Let me see, I've got a couple of people who have signed up for citizen comments. Let me get those. The first one I have signed up is Ann Ochoa. Ann, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Good evening. I want to read a statement that I submitted earlier to Josh in accordance with the public comment guidelines. So I'm just going to go ahead and read this. Good evening. My name is Ann Ochoa, and I'm a longtime resident of Lago Vista, having moved here in 1990. In 3 decades, I've never seen the kind of racism and hatred that is currently surfacing in our usually friendly town. I am a member of the North Shore Democratic Club, which serves the needs of Democrats in Lago Vista, Point Venture, and Jonestown. Excuse me. As a minority party, we expect a certain degree of pushback for our political beliefs. But during the last 2 weeks, it has moved into violence and destruction. Political signs have been stolen from roadways and out of people's yards from their private property. And we have seen the theft of larger signs within hours of being erected on private property. One of our members had larger signs in his front yard attacked and destroyed 2 nights in succession. Many, but probably not all, of these incidents have reported to the LVPD, and we thank them for responding to those reports. We also thank and appreciate the neighbors who condemn these actions in spite of their differing political beliefs. All of this is nothing compared to the attack on one of our citizens of color in the busy parking lot of our own town grocery store. This incident is despicable and abhorrent and not to be tolerated. It should not to be allowed to pass without action on the part of our city leaders. I won't say it's all because of the symbols of hate and oppression that are being sold in the very gateway to our city, but that is certainly a factor, because flags are symbols of power. This should also not be allowed to pass without action on the part of our city leaders. Last spring, the North Shore Democrats endorsed the final statement of the wonderful statesman John Lewis as our guide to confronting hate and racism. In that statement, Representative Lewis said, "If you see something, say something." So this is my say something. I'm respectfully requesting that the council adopt a formal policy against hatred and racism to inform your decisions. A formal policy against hatred and racism will not only be a guide for your actions, but a protection for all of your citizens against the violence and fear that are right now endangering our community. Thank you.
Well said, Ann.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ann. Next on my list, I have Lisa Shaw. You speak your microphone so we can hear Lisa.
You can hear me?
All right, Lisa, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Lisa Shaw. I've lived in Lago Vista for about 38 years. I've come here since I was 19. I've always been proud of our city, just not lately. We can't no longer say that we're a sleepy little city tucked away from the problems of hatred and racism facing America. Hate has not only come knocking at our door, it has infiltrated our home. With the peddler's permit issued to sell Confederate flags at the entrance to our beautiful city and our diverse city, along with the recent hate and racist attack of a female Black citizen at our local grocery store parking lot by 2 young men flying the Confederate flag. Many citizens have asked the peddler's permits to be amended to not include the sale of a Confederate flag, which is representative of hate merchandise. This is absolutely an issue the City Council can amend. It has the authority. No one's constitutional right of freedom of speech outweighs the health and safety of this city's citizens. Gulfport, Mississippi is the second largest city in Mississippi, and it has set the precedent for this city and other cities to ban the Confederate flag within its city limits, stating the City Council unanimously passed a resolution to retire the Confederate flag, as it does not represent the ideals and principles of this city. The flag means different things to different people, but for many, it's a painful reminder of past days of transgression, and it is used by many as an image of hatred, division, and violence. The Pentagon has banned the Confederate flag, with President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, stating, "The flags we fly must accord with imperative of good order, treating all our people with dignity and respect, and rejecting divisive symbols." The Marine Corps has banned the Confederate flag, stating it carries the power to inflame feelings of divisions and weaken any unit. Our city is a unit. It can be weakened by the Confederate flag being able to be sold at the entrance to our city. Martin Luther King said, "We will not remember the words of our enemies, but we will remember the silence of our friends." I'm asking the city to please look at the peddler's permit to see that it's amended to not include the sale of the Confederate flag. I also agree with Ann Ochoa in her resolution that the city passed a resolution and grant that hatred and racism will not be allowed in our city. I thank each of you, the mayor, city council, and all the citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that is all that I have signed up to speak right now. Is there anybody else who would like to make a comment at this time? Yes, Darcy.
So, you know, because everybody's on Facebook, there was some issues with the voting polls, and I think it was to do with city council that some of the people could not see the city council to vote. And I was worried about, you know, because they go on your district lines, you know, like the way that your voting thing goes, like if you get to vote for city council or not. And I remember that you did. You did some mapping this year or something, and I'm just wondering if maybe the lines got drawn and people are now not eligible to vote here because of the new city lines.
When we talked to the officials, they had one glitch, but when we talked to them, they said everything had been fixed and was operating just fine. So I did see that one person had posted, but when we talked to them, they said everything was working fine. So I don't know. It shouldn't have anything to do with the lines, but yes, Diane.
I actually called the Travis County Election Department this morning, because I came across a citizen who said to me that the city council positions were not on her ballot, and that there were others that complained while she was there as well. And so I talked to a young lady. Where is her name in the darn it. Tamika was her name. And she looked up our ballot. She did say that there is a limited ballot that is out there, but it is only at the main voting location. And the limited ballot is for people who are not voting in their registered in the county of their current registration. But that ballot is only available at the main location. And she looked up our ballot for Lago Vista, and on it was all three positions with all appropriate names attached to them. And I called and I asked, was there any possibility of a mix-up, or some errant ballot, or did they need being mistakenly in place here, or if the person's as they go through, because I haven't voted yet. I was going to vote today and didn't get to, so I haven't been in the facility as of yet. If it needed to be defined that you were a citizen in the community as opposed to someone that was voting out of your registered where your registration allocated you to be. And that's when she explained, no, there is a limited ballot, but it is only available in the main office. And as far as what they have, she pulled it up and looked at it, and our ballots should be correct. Maybe she didn't. I even asked her where the city council was located, because it's apparently a very long, which I would assume because it's covering so much right now. But she said it's like, I was supposing maybe some of our citizens don't get all the way, don't push all the way through to the last page, but she said it's at the end of page 2. So there's a lot more coming. All the bonds and the proposition, things like that come after it. So it's not in a position one would think that it would, mistakenly not scroll down to that page, sort of a thing. So that's, I did try to follow up on it, but that's as far as I got. It doesn't look like there was anything to put your finger on as to why it might have been missed.
All right, well, we'll keep checking, but yeah, when we checked with them the other day, they said everything was working fine. They did have one little hiccup, but so I don't know, we'll just keep checking, keep monitoring. Yeah. All right, anybody else? All right, we shall move on to items of community interest. All right, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding City Council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. I have several. First, I'm going to start with the Lago Vista Economic Recovery Plan, the program that is the business grant with the Lago Bucks. The county is kind of coming down on us, wanting information before they will send us our money. So I'm having to really push this program so I can get that money out to our businesses. Again, this is an economic stimulus package for the businesses, and I got $240,000 roughly to get to our businesses. But for some reason, I'm not getting as much participation as I would like. We currently have 10 businesses that are signed up, and they're reaping all of the benefits for the money that we are handing out. So, if you're visiting some businesses, please pass word, encourage them to get signed up. Because, you know, I've got lots of money and I don't want to have to give it back to the county. This is for our local businesses. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to increase the amount of Lago bucks that I am distributing to our citizens from $200 per household to $1,000 per household. So for those households that have already filled out an application, we'll be reaching out to them to come and get more. And if anybody hasn't filled out their application for whatever reason, we encourage you to do so. I need to get this money out there, and the way I do it is getting it into the hands of the households, and then y'all take it to the businesses and spend it. And let's get it out there. Next is our boards and committees. I think we have 20-something openings for our boards and committees that are expiring at the end of this year. So we need to get as many applications in as possible to apply for these opening positions. The deadline is the 29th of October to get your application in. If you're a current board committee member, remember you have to reapply. You don't get automatically put back into your position. You must reapply. So if you want to be considered for any of our openings, please get your application in. That's 2 weeks from tonight. Town Hall next week, probably on Wednesday. I haven't finalized my date yet, but I'm going to do a town hall meeting, probably virtually. I prefer doing them in open, but with the COVID, and I know restaurants are open back up to 75%, but I don't know that everybody would be comfortable, and with us sitting in a group of people that we don't hang out with in our household, I feel like it's still not safe to do it at one of our restaurants, one of our venues. So I will be doing it online, and I'll be posting that information so that everybody can log in. Veterans Day. We have Veterans Day coming up November 11th. The city does not have anything officially planned for Veterans Day. With all the county guidelines about groups of 10 or more, the city is not officially holding any kind of thing for Veterans Day. However, if there is a group of veterans who would like to do something on Veterans Day, and somebody would like to head that up at Veterans Memorial Park, you can always reach out to us, and the city will gladly support you in your efforts, depending on what you want to do. If you need a microphone or a stand or some chairs or something that we can help facilitate any kind of Veterans Day ceremony, please reach out to us and we'll make that happen. Same thing kind of goes with our tree lighting. That's usually the first Monday in December. We are going to be doing the tree lighting, but we're not going to be holding a huge event like we have in the past with the singers and dancers and performers and vendors giving out cocoa and all that. Santa Claus, I still don't know yet whether Santa Claus will make an actual appearance. If he does, it'll be a drive-by. You can't sit on Santa's lap because Santa might make you sick. So we haven't really decided that, again, because of the groups of 10 or more. We don't want it to get, huge crowds. So we are gonna do the tree lighting. We just aren't gonna have a big event. Again, however, if there's a group out there that wants to do something for the tree lighting, you can contact us and we'll see if we can support your event. An example, the Halloween trunk or treat, our police department had chosen not to do the trunk or treat here, but some other outside organizations did get together and put together a trunk or treat for the kids for Halloween, and the city is supporting their efforts. So that is all I have at the moment. Does anybody, any council have anything else? Arch.
Mayor, every year there's at least one person who misses out on serving on one of our boards, commissions, or committees that is missed because the person is unaware of the position that they were in having expired. So if I may, just for the record, can I read off the different people who have expiring positions for the various boards and commissions and committees? There
Sure,
are
if
two
you
of
want
them.
to do that.
Yeah, let me do that for the record because two of these committees do not have a liaison that's currently in place, so they wouldn't be able to learn from their liaison that their position is about to expire. So here we go. The Airport Advisory Board has 3 expiring positions. The people whose positions are expiring are Linda Aird, Andy White, Michael Miskey. On the Board of Adjustment, Michael Miskey, Jim Guy, Amadeo Perez, and Kara Trissel. Building and Standards Commission, Paul Prince, Jim Kaysen, Jacob Lance, and Stormy Johnson. Planning and Zoning Commission, Tom Monahan, Richard Brown, Andy White. On the Economic Development Advisory Committee, Robin Sumners, Russell Murphy, Don Jandro. On Parks and Rec, Patricia Nixa, Danny Carroll, Karen Van Ness, Irene Carrillo. The Library Advisory Board, Peggy Gibson, Sharon McCutt, Michael Miskey, Michael Zidell, sorry. And then the last one is the Golf Course Advisory Committee. That'll be Tom Voth, Larry Dick, and David Fraza. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Yes, we need volunteers for our committees. Anybody else on council have announcements? I know the Lions Club is doing a blood drive. I think they're full of slots though. The last I saw, there was one opening at like 9:30 in the morning, but I think it's probably been filled. Oh, another big announcement. Cleanup days is going on right now. Today was the first day from 1 to 6, tomorrow from 1 to 6, and then Saturday it's like all day. I don't have the hours, like 8 to 6 or something like that on Saturday. So this is off of Ming Trail, same location it's been in years past. So Lago Vista cleanup is going on. And Josh, I saw your hand go up a while ago. Did you have something?
Yes, sir, Mayor. I just wanted to add what you and Councilor Davila were talking about in terms of the positions open for the boards. If you go onto the city website and you go under Our Government and apply for a board, this is the screen. Hopefully you can see that. It'll list those items that Councilor Davila just read. It'll give you access to the necessary qualifications, and then you can click here for the application, and some people could fill that out and then submit that in. Hopefully it puts all those items in together. Meredith put that page together for us so that people could have basically one-stop shopping. And then I was just going to add that your hours were correct for the cleanup.
All right. Anybody else have anything? Items of community interest? All right.
Mayor, this is Shalane Marion. I'm sorry, I can't have my camera on because my connection is bad, so you couldn't see my hand. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
May I ask a quick question? You had mentioned that the county, I think you said, was onto you a little bit for some information regarding the Lago books. Are you able to share what it was that they were seeking, what kind of information they were looking for?
Yeah, they're wanting our receipts, our invoices, so that they can reimburse us.
Okay, I thought they were questioning something about not getting out enough money or something, but okay, great, thank you.
No, they're wanting my receipts before they'll reimburse me. So the more I can get out there, the more I can get brought, redeemed by the businesses, and the more I can get reimbursed from the county. So,
thank you, Mayor. Thanks for taking my question.
yes. Steve,
Mayor, can I say something?
We're in items of community interest. So yes, if it's.
Yes, I just wanted to echo the thoughts of Lisa, Sean, and Ann Ochoa, and just say we have an opportunity to not only be a good example in Texas, but really in the world, and recognizing what's going on. Anyway, just wanted to do that. And then the application for businesses for the stimulus money, what is the process? If I talk to a business, I want to be able to say, you fill out the application and that's pretty much it, and then it's reviewed?
Yes, so the application is online, or you can carry one to them. They can fill it out, email it in. That goes to our economic development director. He reviews it to make sure that they meet the requirements that has come down from Travis County. And so long as they meet the requirements.
And then how is that money divided up? How in the end would that be divided, that 240,000?
So I'm handing out gift certificates to households, and then the households go to the businesses and spend them.
I see. Okay. Awesome. Great program. Thank you so much for letting me be part of it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Diane.
Oh, my mic is on. Thank you. I just wanted to also echo the what Steve echoed with regard to Ann and wait, let me get names, and Lisa's comments. And also, they were so succinctly put and kindly put. It was wonderful. But I also wanted to follow up on their actual requests, in that if there was a potential to come under consideration for a city council ordinance.
Diane, we're in items of community interest now. We have moved on from citizen comments, and if that comes up, we will, we'll discuss it at that time. Okay. But this is just.
Well, that's what I was wondering. How would it come up? I mean, how would the process be? That's all I was wondering.
It would be an
agenda
item.
Agenda item next meeting.
Or it's at a future meeting.
And a request. Got it. I understand. Thank you.
All right. So any items of community interest, anything else out there? Any events going on? All right. We will move into our action items then. Number 3, discussion, consideration, and possible appointment of person to fill vacancy for Council Place 2 for remainder of said term in accordance with City Charter Sections 3.07 and 3.09. Okay, so this is for Council Place 2. So the process, I'm going to go down the list of the people that have expressed their desires, and I will allow y'all to make a few comments to council. and then we will go from there into picking our nominee, into making motions on who we want to nominate. So I'm going in order of the way I received emails of interest from each person. I have 2 on here that I'm going to ask. Again, Kevin Sullivan and Paul Prince. I know both of y'all had said if we were considering council members, y'all wanted to be considered. If we weren't, then neither one of y'all wanted to be considered. We were not going to consider council members, candidates, not council members, candidates for this position with the election coming up. So I'm just going to ask y'all 2 right off if y'all want to address council at all. Yes, Paul.
Well, I was just going to reiterate what I said last time, Mayor, and that is that I had not intended for my name to be on the list. I was investigating what the process was.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Kevin.
Same way. I think you guys are doing the absolute right thing.
Okay, so I will not include y'all 2 in the list here. All right, I'm going to start with Paul Roberts. If you would like to address the council at this moment, Paul, you have the floor.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and my fellow citizens. I would very much like to fill that seat and be appointed to it. I have been attending city council meetings, every single city council meeting, every single P&Z meeting, every single city council special call meeting, budget workshop meeting for at least a year and a half, perhaps much longer. I've actively been, I have contributed in the public comments on a regular basis. I have quite a bit of knowledge about the city charter, the city's ordinances with special interest in Chapter 14, Section 13. I'm aware of previous agenda items. I'm also aware of upcoming agenda items and potential agenda items, which would enable me to speak and vote intelligently and informed should any of those items appear again on the agenda between now and the expiration of former Councilman Don Barthelow's term. I would serve it humbly and with honor, and I would ask that you guys please appoint me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the second person that contacted me was Jim Christie. Is Jim Christie in attendance? Dun, dun, dun. I'm trying to look through my 51 squares.
Don't believe so.
All right, I do not see Mr. Jim Christie on the list here, so I'm going to go to the third one. That was Chip Hamilton. Is Chip in attendance? Dun, dun, dun.
Don't believe so.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, I'm not seeing Chip either. Okay, number 4th person was Mark Evert. Is Mark in attendance? I don't see Mark either. I'm going to make a comment about Mark. He is on the board for the ESD1, and because he is in a position that would allow him to make contracts with the city, if he was appointed a city council member, he would have to resign from his ESD1 board. And I wanted to ask him, if that was worth it. To me, I don't think for the 2 meetings that this person will hold, that it would have been worth it, but I wanted to ask him that. But I don't see him here. The 5th person was Eric Carpenter. Eric Carpenter in attendance.
He
All
is
right. Next was Steve Schill. Steve, I've seen
I'm here.
Steve already, so yes, you have the floor, Steve.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members, and Josh, hello to you as well. Really, I don't have a whole lot of experience. My only interest in this position would be to serve the city of Lago Vista for the remaining 2 sessions and do whatever I can to help this city that I have come to call home and love. To tell you the truth, Paul has way more experience, and he would be an awesome choice if you want somebody that's a little, you know, out there. I'm your guy. So yeah, if there's something I can do beyond this as well, Josh knows me, and he'll contact me. But thanks for the opportunity, and it's a crazy world we're living in right now. So many blessings to all of you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. And next on my list, Christina Lucero. Christina.
Hello, I'm Christina Lucero, and I have lived here for a little over 5 years now. And I did just run for city council and had a great experience during it. And I have been coming to these meetings very regularly for the past, I guess, probably 3 years now. And it's just something that I enjoy doing and diving into the budgets and being a part of it all. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And that is the 7 people that I have on the list. You know, last meeting we discussed this in the executive session, and the reason that we went into executive session is because during the week I'm in here in this office and I can walk down the hallway and ask my attorney questions on processes and stuff, but I do not talk to the council members between meetings. So I brought them into executive session so I could let them know what questions I had asked of our attorney regarding the process of doing this. The reason I had questions is because we have done this 3 times in the past with Kevin Sullivan, Suzanne Bland, and Mark Tippett. All 3 of those were done in executive session. Different lawyer, different opinion. We were told that we could not do that in executive session this time around, but I didn't know that. So I wanted to make sure that not only did I know, but my other council's members knew exactly what the process was. And so that is why we went into executive session, was to talk about it and clarify the actual process. And here we are. Oh, and I delayed it, just so you'll know, I delayed it from last month because of the question about the term. There was some confusion among the term, and I didn't want to make a nomination at that time without the term being clarified. I believe that was Judge Durbin that brought that up, if I remember correctly. So thank you very much for catching that and bringing that to us, to our attention. So the way this process works, it's the only objectivity to this whole thing is whether you meet the requirements outlined in the charter. That's the only thing that's objective. Everything after that is subjective. Each council member is going to have their own criteria for voting for whoever they vote for. They can discuss it if they want to, but they are not required to. I will tell y'all my criteria. But basically when I'm looking, you know, after we make sure everybody has been qualified, you know, I look at the candidates to see if I can determine what they would bring to council. You know, there is no application process. Nobody sends in a resume or anything. So, you know, I try to judge what they would bring to council. You know, basically what interests have they shown over the past of being a council member and serving. And then there's usually 2 or 3 that are really close. So I have to decide, in my opinion, who has shown the most desire and interest and dedication. And then, have they been showing a willingness to work, as part of council and staff? And that's basically my criteria for making an appointment. Is there anybody on council who would care to share their criteria or not? Or yes, Dick?
Is it inappropriate for me to ask a question to Ms. Lassara?
I don't think so. We're just
Christine, my question would be, are you still contemplating a run for city council next year?
I'm still determining that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can ask, but I don't think she has to answer that.
Okay. My only reason for not nominating Christina is that I would not want to give her the same recommendation that we would give in nominating Paul Prince or Kevin Sullivan. So from my viewpoint, that's not appropriate if she is going to be a candidate for the council, and I hope you run. Looking at the candidates, I look at the people that I am seeing here every time we meet. And I only have one name on there besides Christina that I think that I see on a regular basis at our meetings. So
okay.
My recommendation would be for Paul Roberts.
All right. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor? Yes, I think we would be well served by both candidates. They're both qualified. They both have an interest, and I appreciate both of you applying for this position.
All right. David.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think, I was glad that we postponed voting on it last time. I wanted to make sure that I was aware of all the candidates, and in reviewing all the candidates, I hope that those that don't get picked, or those that realize that they would be great applicants for being on one of the commissions, one of the boards, and be involved moving forward. I do think that Paul Roberts has definitely shown his desire to be a part of the process, and Christina has too. But I very much want the other people to be aware that we do need them to participate and to get involved, and we can figure out how they best fit into one of the other boards and commissions.
All right, thank you. Arch, I think that only leaves you. Do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Let me turn my, okay. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that there are people that are interested in this open position. I think all the people that have applied for this temporary position might consider being one of the candidates for these different boards, commissions, and committees, and serving in those positions would enable them to see really a lot of what we do in this city and how they could be a part of what we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's all the council members. So Darcy, I seen you're given is that the Boy Scout motto? No, Boy Scouts is 3 feet.
No, I didn't want to go like this because that's been my voting thing or piece. So this was, and I don't feel like, whole-handed. Anyway, I was going to ask, so you said that there was some qualifications that you have to fall under the city charter. Can you guys put a link to that so other citizens might know what the city charter says? I mean, you put it into the committees, but I don't know what the actual regulations are to become a city council member. So if you could maybe put a link to that, that would be great to know.
There is
Thank you.
a link on the city website, says city charter.
Okay, so I look under city charter. Okay, thank you. Because I might want Frank's seat.
Mr. Mayor, it's section 3.02, if for anybody looking.
You hear that, Darcy? City charter, section 3.02.
Oh, we'll tell you.
Too bad you can't search from.
You bet you can't see
There
it
it
either.
is.
I'm gonna say anybody can read that, go ahead.
Yeah.
Josh just has to hit Zoom.
Who's
You
doing?
gotta be a citizen, you gotta live here a year, you gotta be 21, something else like that.
On your bottom, well, okay. Anyway,
So it looked like the same rules that you have to be to have the committee. It almost looked exactly from what I could see. I saw about 2 seconds, but it all did look the same. So, okay, I actually qualified. Oh, you guys are having so much fun now.
okay. Anybody? Yes, Judge Durbin.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Judge.
For some reason, we can't hear you.
Sometimes if you turn off your video, the audio works.
Yeah, we can see you, but we barely.
There we go. Is that better? Hello? Hello?
There you go.
Now? Oh,
You're there.
amen. All right. My objection last time had nothing to do with the candidates or anything like that. It was simply procedural, but I'm glad you all got it all squared away, and thank you for that. And as far as your selection tonight goes, at the moment, I think you've really only got 3 choices, and that is Paul and Christina and Mr. Schill. And with Mr. Schill kind of admitting that he doesn't have a lot of experience at this, he's probably very fortunate that there are 2 really good candidates standing there in front of him, so that he doesn't get picked this go around. But I'd sure encourage him to be on any of the committees if he's not already, and welcome to the club. And as far as the two remaining candidates is Christina and Paul. I admire them both for their doggedness at showing up at all of these city council meetings and sitting through all these city council meetings when they run long and everything else. And I, for one, appreciate that sort of citizen involvement. And while both are very, very qualified to assume this role, I believe you guys are on a good course here, and that Mr. Roberts has a detailed level understanding of the budget process and a few of the planning and zoning issues that are before the court. I mean, this go around, I'd have to give the nod to his head over Christina's heart. But if you got to fill another one, then I would keep her in mind and put her at the top of the list unless somebody can shove her out of the way, because she's done a great job. But I think for this go around, I think Paul's your guy. And who knows, Christina, if you get appointed next time, it might be for more than 2 weeks, which is what is basically the duration of Paul's appointment here. But congratulations to both of you, and council, I think you're on the right path, and your criteria in this particular manner is right on, with the exception of the speculative nature of a future candidacy. As being somebody who had no idea I was going to run a month before the deadline, and this time last year I was still on the bench, so I would have no answer to that would be worth a darn. So I would plead that you not look at the speculative nature of, what are you going to do 6 or 8 months from now? That should not be a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think I see Darren Ginther's hand up. Unfortunately, your screen is like very dark and I can just barely see you in there, but.
Thank you, Ed. I got to apologize for it being a little dark, but I'm sitting here in the COVID barn on the North Shore, and it's either mildly dark like this or it's like the surface of the sun, and I just can't take it. I've been a resident of Lago Vista for more than 10 years. I continue to be a property owner and have a long-term interest in Lago Vista. I'd like to take a second to thank all council members for their service. It's not an easy job, regardless of which side you're on, and Ed, thank you also. I'm here about 3 hours past my time due in front of this camera to second Paul Roberts for the planning and zoning vacancy. In full disclosure, Paul and I are friends, but that doesn't make it an automatic recommendation. I've got lots of friends that I wouldn't stand here for 3 hours or recommend at all. But Paul has a technical capacity to understand planning and zoning, which is not unique, but is what I'd characterize as substantially uncommon. He's substantially more qualified than most. He also has alignment with the long-term plan for Lago Vista. He's got a substantial personal and family commitment that indicates he wants what's best for Lago Vista long-term. I don't think he's going anywhere. In terms of Ed's criteria, the criteria that you mentioned, he's been substantially invested in attending these meetings and being involved. Paul Prince, I thank you for your attendance, but I'm just here to second Paul's nomination, I guess.
All right, thank you, Darren. So just to be clear, we'll be making a nomination for city council. His application for planning and zoning will be reviewed at a later time. This is for an actual city council position. And is there anybody else in the audience who has any last comments?
Mayor?
Ray Jones.
Mayor, this is Diane.
Diane, I saw Ray Jones's hand first.
Thank you,
No
Mr. Mayor.
worries,
and
my
council.
camera's out.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and City Council. I'd like to just echo a couple of comments. I have worked with Paul on a number of community issues in the last year or so, and while what he said is accurate in terms, and others have said about his detailed involvement in the council meetings and other meetings that deal with the community, I have never dealt with anybody that like Paul, where I have never seen him utter a word or share a thought that did not have in his heart the best interest of Lago Vista in his mind. He understands the city. He understands what the kind of city that the rest of us want to have for the future. He understands the various alternatives and options that are available on various issues. He is intellectually curious about all of it. He has a deep desire for it. I have never seen anybody that had more interest in community involvement than him, and more skill and intelligence about all of it than Paul Roberts. And I urge the council to appoint him to this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Diane.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies, somehow my camera went out and it's not sharing right now. I wanted, very good. I hesitate to make comparisons because I believe both of the candidates are priority concern with regard to the good and the well-being of our total community and very involved. And I do, however, think that Paul is very well to step into this job running. So that's my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Darcy.
Yes, hi. On the women's perspective, I'm going to go with Christina and go against the curve because, it would be great even for 2 weeks. I mean, I've been coming to these meetings for almost a year now, and I've never heard of a woman's voice on the council unless it was my own. So talking back to you guys. So I would love to just at least see Christina up there for 2 weeks. And who cares if she does end up running, because I heard one of you guys somewhere on there is dropping out next year. But I would love to see Christina there personally. No offense, Paul, we're all kumbaya and all that stuff. But for me personally, as a woman, gosh, it would be so nice just to break up the monotony with all you guys. When was the last woman on there? Was that Stephanie Smith? I mean,
Suzanne
was it that? What?
Suzanne Bland.
Suzanne Bland.
Okay, so how long was that? 2-3 years ago?
From 17 to 18.
Okay, so 2 years back. So at least for 2 weeks, it would be nice just to have Christina up there. You probably not deciding a whole lot of things. I think she probably knows enough too, just as much as Paul, and that's my opinion. So thanks. Good luck, Christina.
Thank you, Doris.
All right. Let's vote.
All right. So I think we've heard from everybody in the audience. So again, I'm going to start at the top of the list in order of the way I received emails. And I am going to, at this time, I am going to move that we select Paul Roberts to fill Council Place 2.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I've made the motion and I've got a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the motion carries 5-0. And Paul is going to be our new Council Place 2 council member. Aaron.
2-week Paul.
Thank you. I'm humbled by everybody's comments.
Aaron. When would his swearing in take place?
You can do it at the next council meeting, but any council member can be sworn in. I believe the city secretary can do it. She's out of town until Tuesday. There's a list of other folks that I can provide you that can also swear him in if he wants to do it without the pomp and circumstance. Most of our folks like to have a little bit more fanfare, and so the next council meeting might be the appropriate time. It's really up to our newest council member when he wants to be sworn in.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear so that he knows he doesn't get to vote on anything tonight.
That's right.
Sorry.
So Paul, I'll get with you and see when we want to do your swearing in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, the easiest early date would be Tuesday. And so if you guys make that schedule, just let us know and we'll have Sandra ready for it on that date or whichever date you decide.
And before we move on, again, I want to thank everybody that put their name in the hat. Yes, Tim.
Will this be virtual or can he go to City Hall to do this?
Either.
In.
Yeah, I don't think it matters either way, just as long as the right person does it.
Right.
Okay.
So now we go to number 4. Declaration of council place 6 vacancy and discussion of possible appointment of persons to fill vacancy for the remainder of said term in accordance with city charter sections 3.07 and 3.09. Okay. This is for place 6, which was the one previously held by Frank Robbins. We're declaring the position vacant tonight. And we did this, we've done it this way because the applicants cannot be, if you saw G on that list, applicants can't be running for 2 positions at one time. So I wanted to, I waited till this one. Actually, I think this was the first time meeting that I could make the declaration. So we have 30 days from today to fill that position. But all those people that were interested in place 2 is going to have to send me another email. I can't just automatically consider your previous emails. I know, Christina, you had contacted me and said you were interested. And I think I told you at that time, well, I was just going to consider everybody. Well, I can't do that. So just send me another email. Because I had to wait till we officially close this one to be able to accept your interest in it. So anybody that's interested in the place 6 position, send me your interest, and then we will make that nomination on the first council meeting in November, which is November 5th. So questions, comments, council? No? All right. Excuse me, Robert. Darcy, I think I saw your hand up first. Did you have something?
I was just going to say, yep, I'm here now. I was just going to say that I'm actually serious, and I just sent my email to you and Josh. I have actually been here since December of last year on every meeting except for 2.
All right. So Darcy's already got in first on the list. Okay. Yes, Robert. Judge Durbin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't mean to be a fuss budget here, but you're speaking as though there's not an election taking place and that somebody may be elected on the 3rd that would negate any need for appointing somebody for that position. While you need to go ahead and collect the information, I think that you should acknowledge that there is an election on the 3rd, and there wouldn't be a selection if Mr. Prince wins.
Well, here's the kind of the quirk in that. Declaring the vacancy tonight, the 15th, we have until November 15th. The election is the 3rd, but it's not official until it's canvassed. The county has estimated that it would get us the canvass on the 12th. We don't know that for sure, but either way, it's after November 5th. Our next council meeting is on November 19th. So we would have a gap in there where we would have not filled the position. And, so we have to go forward on the 5th to make that nomination.
I get that. I just think that it's you don't want to influence the fact that there is an election by acting like there isn't one. That was my whole point. But thank you.
Yes, there is definitely an election in there, and there'll be an unofficial winner on the 3rd. So, yes, Christina.
It was an agenda item last city council meeting. Did y'all not issue it as vacant then?
For Frank's,
Yeah, it was on last agenda.
I don't recall it being on.
There was
His
a-
resignation.
We did the complaint against Frank at the
Not
last.
It was on last agenda from 2 weeks ago.
Not his resignation. Not his resignation.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not on there, Mayor. I'm looking at it now. I can share the screen. It's only council place 2.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember it being on there, but.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was on there last time.
Yeah, the meeting was on the 1st. He didn't resign until the 6th. So there would have been a way.
Thanks.
I believe, can I speak for a second, Mayor?
Yes, Darcy.
I'm waiting. I'm trying. I think it was at the special call meeting when you guys did discuss about Frank. You might have brought it up as what rules you had to follow. If Frank had stepped down, that you would have to find somebody for that seat. I believe that's how it went. So it was like the special called meeting, October, I believe, 5th.
Okay. But we had not declared it. We've now declared it. All right. Anything else on number 4? All right, we will go to number 5. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1855, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, naming a 33-acre park site located at 21985 FM 1431. Let me get to my thing here. Well, I'll read the backup for it first. All right, so the new city sports and recreation is going to be opening very soon. Whenever the county tells us that we can have groups of 10 or more, we will start allowing participation at the park. We felt it was time that we get this park named. So starting, I believe it was in August, that I put a thing out there requesting suggestions for names. I got quite a few. I got front and a little bit on the back of suggested names. I had a suggested name from the Parks and Recreation Committee from back in February of 2019. I had to go back and look that up. The liaison for Parks and Rec never brought that name forward to City Council, so Council never saw it. And I went and pulled that out and added it to the list. And then of all the names that I got suggested, I kind of combined all the ones that had similar phrases. One, I'd have like Lago Vista Sports and Rec Park or Lago Vista Sportsplex or something like that were very similar. And so I combined them into 8 of the top finalists. Those are ones that had multiple suggestions. And again, if it was something that was a variation, then it got 2 marks. Even though the name was not exact, by combining them, they got the marks. So I came up with 8 of the top recommendations. And then I made SurveyMonkey and put that out there. And the survey closed today at 5 p.m. And here are the results. Pulling up SurveyMonkey now. We had 614 votes cast. Analyze results. So in 8th position with 2.44%, Paradise Ridge Sports and Recreation Park. And
Paradise Ridge.
Paradise Ridge Sports and Rec came in 8th place.
Oh, good.
We have a tie for 6th place at 3.42%. Those were Hill Country Summit Park and Hill Country Sports and Recreation Park. Those both garnered 21 votes. In 5th place at 6.19% of the vote, Lago Vista Warbler Park. In 4th place was 7.49%, Turnback Canyon Sports and Recreation Park. In 3rd place was Vista Shore Sportsplex. And your winner with 36.32% is Lago Vista Sunset Park, with Lago Vista Sports and Rec Park being the runner-up. If Lago Vista Sunset Park, for some reason, could not fulfill its duties, then Lago Vista Sports and Rec will take over. The official name is Lago Vista Sunset Park.
Yay.
Or as soon as council approves that, it will be the official name. And I appreciate all 614 people that voted.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions or comments?
What was 2nd place?
Lago Vista Sports and Recreation Park. I'll give a little more background just so you'll kind of know the names. Lago Vista Sunset Park pays tribute to the fact that this acreage used to be part of a 2,200 plus acre ranch called the Sunset Ranch. Lago Vista Warbler Park and the Vista Shore Sportsplex were kind of combinations in tribute to the Balcones Canyon land. The trailhead right across the street from the park is the Warbler Vista Trail. And then, of course, it's right off of Turnback Canyon, so Turnback Canyon was included. And then the rest, Hill Country, we're in the Hill Country. Where Paradise Ridge came from, I really don't know. I know it has a good view, but I don't know where that name came from, but it got quite a few votes. So I have put that on there. All right. Again, council, questions, comments? No, all right. Yes, Darcy.
Okay, because I'm going to really mess up this word. The acronym can still be LVSP, which Lago Vista Sunset Park, and to make the other people happy that wanted it the other way, which was number 2, it's still the same acronym. So you've made both groups happy.
Thank you. All right. Well, at this time, I will make the motion that we adopt Lago Vista Sunset Park as the official name of our new park.
I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to adopt the resolution?
Oh, yes, let me get to the actual wording on that. Where's my, all right. Dun, 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 dun. I make the motion that we adopt resolution number 201855, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, naming a 33.3 acre park site located at 21985 FM 1431 as Lago Vista Sunset Park.
I'll second.
All right, I've made the motion. I have a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the name is officially adopted. Thank you all again very much. And we go to number 6. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 20-10-15-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes annotated Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 20-09-17-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending in September 30, 2021. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A as attached to this ordinance. So this is for our CARES Act funding. All the money that was, it was actually a total, I know you've heard the number 240,000, 1,000 times because I've been promoting the LERP program and the Lago Bucks, but we were officially allocated $391,435 in CARES Act funding. Some of it has already been spent on coronavirus related items, and some of it we have already received our reimbursement from the county. That was the first 20%, and we're working on the second 80% right now. But these funds in our budget have to have a revenue and an expenditure line associated with them. The net between revenue and expenditure here is 0, so it doesn't affect the budget monetarily on a net basis, but we do have to have those lineups in there. So that's what this is for. This is for the CARES Act funding. Anybody have any questions, comments? Josh, did you have anything to add to that? Okay. So yeah, it's basically an administrative clerical thing just to make sure we're fully accounting for the CARES Act funding. Questions, comments from council?
No.
All right. So from the audience, Paul Prince.
I'm just interested in how the numbers break down. So we've already heard from you, Mr. Mayor, 240,000 for the Lago Bucks, and this says 391. So I'm curious where the other $151,000 is going. There's a list, but is there $151,000 worth of PPE and testing for employees? It seems kind of high.
Yeah, so we do have the invoices that we have turned over to Travis County. I don't know if we have that available right offhand.
Pulling it up right now, Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm obviously not looking to account for every dollar. I'm just curious what the big ticket items are out of that remaining 151,000.
Well, I don't know if it's the biggest ticket item, but we don't know. It's with the coronavirus, it's kind of hard to say how operations are going to go. I mean, we've had City Hall basically closed down to the public for, gosh, how many months now? 7 months. So we're putting in the kiosk so that people can actually, pay their utility bills and not have to stand there and ring the doorbell and wait for somebody to come through the door or drop it through the slot or, so we're trying to be more efficient with the way we handle some of our stuff here at City Hall. So I know the kiosk was a decent size portion of it, but I don't know if that was the largest.
Mayor, the initial breakdown shows economic alert program 243, the public health expenses at 90,000, the medical expenses at 26,000, and then the Jack kiosk at 31,000. Those were the those were the preliminary guidelines that we set forth. And then those numbers can move slightly between those line items, but it's broken down into those numbers.
Does that answer your question, Paul?
Yeah, I guess so. And 90,000 for public health. Maybe I'm just I'm not a doctor, but that sounds pretty high.
Yeah, some of those are testing for staff, Mayor, when we're coming through, which is a vital element. So
Also masks, gloves, cleaners, shielding in the front areas. There's a whole bunch of things that went into that public health.
Yeah, police department, city hall. Yeah, there was a lot to do. Yes, Darcy.
Can you tell me where that breakdown can be found so we can see that? Is that open to the public, or do we need to pull a ORR for that?
It is not published at the moment. Right now it exists.
There it is.
On Josh's computer.
I'm trying to screenshot it, but with my camera, because I'm really weird old school and I think it's going to disappear. So hold on. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yes, Christina.
Since these are restricted funds, did Travis County put an amount on what had to be put back into the community for all these families and businesses and stuff like that? Is it a portion? Okay, so what happens if this money is not distributed to all of those families and businesses? Do we have to give it back since they are restricted? Okay.
Yes. Yes, we do. That's why I'm trying to get it out there and get it into the businesses. So I would like to be able to use as much of it as possible. But for the purpose of right now, for this, we know what the potential full revenue amount is. So we're making the line item at the 391, the expenditure 391. And then once it's all done with Travis County and everything, then we can adjust it. So we'll probably have to make another adjustment at some point. Yes, Josh.
Mayor, I just want to reiterate what you said earlier during the meeting, and it goes back to what Christina was asking. The sad thing is initially, the mayor and the other mayors in the area fought for additional revenue per capita. Sadly, Travis County came back and put a lot of restrictions on it and lowered the number per capita. So at one point, Lago was looking at an appropriation of 1.4 million potentially. It came down to 391, but then the restrictions have placed it. So it's been, as you can see from the numbers, it's been so difficult to be able to allocate those dollars because you couldn't replicate another program that already existed. And so just as the mayor said earlier, getting these dollars out through the Lago bucks is critical, because if we don't get them and then put them back through the local businesses, then it goes back to Travis County and then they put it somewhere that they feel they can put it. So in a call yesterday, the mayor and I were trying to figure out other ways that we could utilize those dollars if they had any other ideas, and they've just not come back with that to us yet. So pushing those dates to get it out is a big deal.
Yeah, and they wouldn't even let us start our program until after they had fully implemented their programs. So it wasn't until like August that I could even make suggestions on our program. And then I got tentative approval, but I had to go through the BCL, who was running their business grant program for the county. I had to go through Health and Human Services to clarify with the resident side. I couldn't use it to reimburse anything for rent. I couldn't use anything for utilities. Nonprofits, unless they had a product that they were offering. If they were just Broken Hearts, Calloused Hands, I had to send them to a different county program. I could not include them in my program. And so gosh, you saw, we finally got to launch this in September, which gave us roughly 45 days to get this money out into the hands and then get it back. So yeah, it's been tough. Yes, Christina.
Thank you for doing all of that. It's a great program. I did have a question about gosh, now you were talking. Totally spaced on my question for you. Yes, you haven't exactly touched too much on this, and that was what I was wondering, what might be a part of the criteria for the businesses. Is it someone who did not get the PPP loan? Is that one of the criteria?
That is one.
Okay.
But yeah. So we only had 2 businesses that I know of that got the PPE, and then we had 4 that got funding through Travis County. And the PPE was easy because that was early on. I mean, they went direct and got it in the springtime. The 4 that I was waiting on before I could launch my program, Travis County did not certify their application until, when do they meet? The second Tuesday in September. So it wasn't until September that I got the full go ahead. And I was looking back, we have, was it 17 cities? Small cities, 17 small cities in Travis County. And all but 4 of us just said, to heck with it. They didn't even try to spend their money. So Pflugerville, Manor, Lago Vista, and one other, one or 2 other, the mayors all just gave up and said, man, it's not even worth it. So at least I'm trying to get it out there. Yes, Darcy.
Hi, okay, I just had 2 questions for you, Mayor, real quick. Okay, one is, who is the one who looks at and decides who is actually eligible to receive the PP or the CARES Act? And then with that question as well, I wanted to give you a little, what I've heard around town, because I listen, is that people are worried about putting their personal finances out there, and the whole city council and everybody now knows who they make, what they make, and they don't like that. And then the other thing was that it makes people look like they're asking for help. And so you're probably not going to get a lot of citizens that you're actually reaching, because you need to get down on some of these streets that these people have been already on services. And number 2 is, my other second question was, where are those CARES Act conditions? How can we find what the conditions are that you have to do, so as citizens, we can read this ourselves and be better informed, so when we are talking to people, we've actually seen what you've seen. And I know that should be online as a link somewhere. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's gosh, some of it is federal government regulations and some of it's Travis County. It's about 10 links probably. I'll see if I can get that out there. But for your, we'll get that to you. But for your earlier questions, the applications go to our Economic Development Director, Eric Zeno, as this is an economic development and recovery program. They go to him. The income guidelines as 120% of the county median average was a guideline that we used from a different city in their county, and we got that approved from Travis County as far as their guidelines. There is no verification actual process in it. The program is actually considered a self-certification program. So, you know, they just have to show, they don't have to necessarily turn in tax records or anything like that. They just got to show that they make less than whatever 120% is for the number of people in their household. And that's for the residents. The thing about this is, because it's a business grant, the money's going to the business. The residents are just the vehicle. So there's really not a huge pressure on the residents to, you know, to provide their exact income or anything like that. So the businesses is where we really crack down to make sure that they're eligible. So,
Right,
yeah.
right.
So we
excuse
just,
me, Mayor.
we just look at, if I'm looking at an application, they all go to Eric, but sometimes Eric's not available and I'll take an application and I'll just look and I'll see, okay, there's 4 people in the household. They have to be under 112 or 115 or whatever it is. And I just look and see what they say their income level is. And if it's below that, then I take them for their word, you know. So the only thing I really verify is the fact that they do live in Lago Vista.
Right.
You know, so, because the money, again, the money's going to the business.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr.
Tim.
Mayor, can you address the point that city council members don't look at this?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Outside of myself, no city council member looks at this. And again, I'm not even the primary on it. This goes to Eric Zeno. So, yeah.
Right. I'm not saying you guys were, excuse me, I'm not saying you guys were. That's what I've actually heard in town, that citizens did not want their financials to be spread through the city. That's what I've heard. I've been out several times. I'm out in all sorts of different locations, and that's what I heard. And so that's why I was bringing it back to you, because I think it's, you know, that you should be informed. If you don't hear it, somebody should tell you what's being said. And so that's why I asked. And now that you have said it on a YouTube, someone can hear that. And that's how you're going to get the money spent. You've got to get it to the people to get it spent. And the people will go into all the establishments and be saying, hey, I've got Lago Bucks. I have $1,000 worth of Lago Bucks. Why aren't you enrolled in this? And hopefully get all those businesses flipping over quick enough to, you get 6 people in there, that's $6,000, you know? So
Yeah.
that's why I was bringing it. Thank you.
So hold on, Paul, I'll get right to you. Along those lines, we have Spanish versions as well. But the word I get from people out in the community is basically the same thing. That portion of the public is scared to put their name to anything. So they could probably highly use the money, but they're not going to fill out the application. And I don't know how to overcome that. You know, I've got Spanish speakers talking to them, but I don't know how to overcome that. So if y'all have some good relationships with some of the Spanish speakers in our community and get them to put their name on an application, please do, because they're, you know, I'm sure there's quite a few that could use the money as well. So, yes, Paul Prince.
A couple of thoughts. So regarding your last comment, Mr. Mayor, have you already had a chance to speak to the head of the St. Vincent de Paul service at the Catholic Church? Because that would be a great connection into the Spanish-speaking community.
Yeah, we have sent information to all the ministers of Ministerial Alliance. So I didn't send it to the St. Vincent de Paul directly. I sent it to the Catholic Church, but I have reached
I think I'll reach out.
And we did.
I'll reach out to her, just make her aware.
We did it through both my Ministerial Alliance names that I have and through the President's Council, because all the churches have representation at the President Council meeting. So we've reached out to them twice at least. And I don't know what Eric does some door-to-door stuff on his own, and I'm not so. Yeah.
And then a second quick comment, and then a third little meatier one. You mentioned 10 businesses lined up. I haven't been seeing public announcements of the businesses that are in. If they're coming out, I'm missing it. Sorry about that. But if we could have some public announcements that are kind of keeping us up to date, which businesses are in the program, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, we do. We should. I think we updated the website with our list yesterday or today. We added 2 new businesses, so I think it got just recently updated. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, so this is within the page that's specifically for this program. As we're trying to recruit so heavily for this, I would suggest that some public announcements might be useful. And then finally, this comment, I had until now sort of, I'll say, recused myself from this program. I'm retired and running a small business that makes no money, so I'd probably qualify on paper, but I'm starting to think that maybe it's appropriate for even some of the council members and people like myself to consider this program just to get the money back into these businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
to Paul's remark, I signed up. I fit that income bracket. I did not hesitate to go down and fill up the paperwork and get those bucks. And I guarantee you, between my wife and myself, we're going to go out and spend them. Get the money back into our businesses. Give them the help that the CARES Act is supposed to give them. And the only way you do that is by signing up, getting the money, and taking it to the businesses. Go eat at Brock's 4 or 5 times. Go eat at the Highland Grill 3 or 4 times. Darcy, get you some bucks and go get your hair fixed down at KC Salon. You know, there's all kinds of things you can use it for. But we need to get this out to our businesses. We need to give them the help so that we can make sure that they continue to be businesses in our community.
So Dick, what are you saying about Darcy's hair?
Yeah, Dick, what are you saying? Because
No.
this is natural.
That's
Okay,
just one
this
of the
is a natural
use
color.
the buck. Darcy, your
I
hair.
do.
I don't.
Yes,
I
Art.
do want a pedicure though.
Yes, Art.
Darcy, I have more. Mayor,
Yes,
are we discussing item number 6?
Yes.
Yeah, what number are we on?
Yeah, that's the point. We've kind of turned this into a chat room instead of a business meeting. Let's get back to business. We've already been at this for almost 3 hours.
I'm sorry. I was having fun.
I'm not.
Yes, Christina.
So I heard you say that Eric Zeno is walking around doors. Is it just businesses that he's walking around? Is he actually like trying to reach residents?
No, just he's on the business side of it.
Okay. Is anyone on the citizen side
No.
of awareness and people who aren't on Facebook or might not be on the boards or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
We've been hoping to, but we just haven't. You know, like I have tomorrow and Saturday off, but I will be sitting out here at the table, which reminds me, you know, we're having a pickup, you know, an on-site pickup tomorrow where I'll be sitting out there all day Friday and Saturday. So I don't get to go and walk tomorrow either. So yes, David.
We did reach out to like the women's group and the Lions group and a lot of the different groups that are community groups to try to spread the word. But we haven't gone door to door or knocked on people's doors and tried to get it done that way.
Yeah, no, not yet anyway. And we got cleanup going on, so yeah. Yes, Christina.
Maybe like putting something in like the Lago Vista Academy, Rolling Hills with the families and the kids and maybe the churches too.
Okay. Yeah, well, we can discuss different options offline. Yeah, this, like Art said, I think it's time we get back to the actual business on hand and we'll discuss marketing techniques offline or something. Yes, Miss Mummy.
I've brought it up at several students at the school. You know, we have 90-something more students that went face-to-face at the school. A lot of our students are struggling. I teach seniors. Some of my seniors are actually working to support their families right now, putting food on the table because, and they're going to school online still because they've got jobs and their families have lost their jobs and whatnot. So I'm reaching out that way. The other thing I just thought of in this meeting is Gina Carmichael, our school nurse, is very good at getting to the families that need it. So that's another avenue, not just the churches, but we have a lot of our families in the school are suffering right now and struggling just to put food on the table.
All right. Thank you. All right. I think at this time I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve ordinance number 20-10-15-01.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, ordinance is adopted unanimous. Number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the purchase of real property from Preston Jackman for property located at 20509 Dawn Drive. Let me bring that up here. This is the property right across from City Hall and Library, kind of sandwiched in between Sergeant Strings and the POA office building there. There's 2 lots there. We already own one, and we have been pursuing this second lot from Mr. Preston Jackman. As you know, we had been in discussions, and this had been on the agenda several times, but we had not gotten offers with him. We now have that, and we have made an offer to Mr. Preston Jackman, and we would like to proceed with this. If council approves purchase of the real property from Preston Jackman. Questions, comments from council?
No.
Let me minimize my screen. I've lost y'all for a minute. Yes, Josh.
Mayor, just want to point out for everybody signed in, the offer that was presented to Mr. Jackman and accepted by him was $42,000, and that was based on the comps for similar property on Dawn Drive that had happened within the last 6 months.
42,000. All right. Okay, so I'll go to the audience. Yes, Darcy. You turn
Hold
your
on.
camera.
Okay. Yes, I'm there. Hold on. Hello, Mayor, Council. I had just had one question. Okay, so it's 42,000 on the amount. Can you tell me the square footage and the plat number, or put that up somewhere? What the lot size was?
Is that included in the thing? Let me see.
It should be, but I can't see it on my packet. It should actually have the plat and the lot size of it, but we can't see any of that. So I just want to make sure that we get that in the record somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, that is not included in the package.
Mayor, yeah, we don't include the contract in the packet, but I'm looking to see if I have those listed here.
Anybody else? Darcy,
Mr.
do you
Durden had his hand up.
Back to the same question, was Kevin Sullivan, I realized has been hired by the city. Was he your real estate agent in closing this deal as well?
Yes, he was the one we used for this lot. Yes. We had engaged his services prior to being a candidate. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, do you have plans for this lot? Are we accumulating it for investment purposes, or does the city have a plan to do something with it?
This is going to be part of the kind of town square area here when we develop our library and this park space in between the city hall and the library. And then we get the telephone poles removed out of the parking lot, and we hopefully eventually get the parking lot redesigned. And that is going to be like a food court area with food trailers and stuff. That is the initial plan right now. So it's going to be used for community, space, common area space, and not to say that at some point in the future it may go elsewhere, but right now that is not the intention. It's just to be for community events and stuff.
Just following up on Darcy's question, was Mr. Sullivan's contract put out to bid? His real estate services?
When was that?
Mayor, we went out for bids, and council selected both Kevin Sullivan and Clive Rutherford to serve as real estate.
Was that a year ago? How far along?
It wasn't a full year ago, Mayor, but it was presented back through council.
No, it's been a while.
And Mayor, the legal description is lot 34C, Lago Vista Travis Plaza, property ID 177885. Total lot size, Mayor, 0.2174 acres.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Is it Leibel?
Mr. Label, Mayor.
Leibel. Sorry.
No problem. Question for you. Was Mr. Sullivan, did he also provide the comps?
I'm not aware who provided it. I see Josh shaking his head. Yes.
Mayor, we've looked at these, and these are also some of the numbers that Mr. Sullivan provided when we did the Oliver properties as well.
Thank you.
Kevin, did you have a comment?
Can't hear you.
Still can't hear you, Kev.
All right. Yes, Christina.
How long has this contract been talked about? I just didn't know if there should be like a recusal type of a thing, since he is running and he showing, just kind of like the candidates thing, it is showing a preference, I guess, to him. Or at what point should he have recused himself from the sale, given it to Clive, not run for city council? I mean, just wondering.
This was before he was a candidate.
Or even knew he was going to be running.
Yeah, Mayor, and I can add to that one too, just from I received the email from Kevin Sullivan. Whenever he filed for his candidacy, he sent the email that said he would wrap up any projects that he was working on with the city, and then all other real estate should go to Clive. I have the email from Kevin, Mayor, and we actually recently just listed the lots that the city council approved for sale. We listed all of those with Clive and his real estate business because we were going to split them between the two. And Mr. Sullivan recommended that all those go through Clive so that if elected, he would not have a conflict.
Perfect. Just wondering. Thanks.
All right. Anybody else? All right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the purchase of the property located at 2509 Don Drive and authorize the city manager to complete the contract.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, and we go to number 8, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a request to purchase real property located adjacent to 2605 Wilson from the city of Lago Vista. And this is one of our highly common, let's see, whoop, wrong one. Little city accessed, I don't know why it was plotted out. I guess these were easements to get to inform golf course and things like that. But this is, if you can see the map there, this is one of those 20-foot wide easements that goes between lots. The city council previously had decided that to make all of these 20-foot strips available to the property owners on either side. We have a gentleman here, Mr. Sanders, who would like to purchase the easement, that 20-foot wide easement behind his lot. He is proposing, it's the 20-foot wide section. I don't know if it gives the dimensions, but it actually touches 3 property owner lots. So he is wanting to buy the entire 20-foot wide thing, but he has also said he would settle for just his 10 feet. He would settle for his 10 feet and 10 feet of one of the property owners, or his 10 feet and one 10-foot strip from the other property. So it's 3 different properties that it touches, but he has included 4 different square footages, is that a word? And the price associated with those at the city recommended price of $1.40 per square foot. So tonight we're considering his request to purchase this. However, before the contract is actually settled, he has to work this out with his neighbors as to whether they're going to sell him their portion or if they want their portion. So tonight we're considering one of these 4, any one of these 4 options to be clarified at the closing or at the signing of the contract. Did I explain that properly? I feel like I confused myself on that, but.
Yeah, Mayor, that's spot on. The only clarification is that these are all pieces of property. They're not easements. They are strips of land or pieces of land or segments of land, however you want to look at it. And so the property owners, per council's action last year, had the opportunity to purchase these from the city. And as you stated, if council says yes to this sale, then there's a period of time by which the other property owners have the ability to respond back to the city. And if council says yes, you can purchase this from the city, it all depends on the final amount from the property owners if they say yes or no of what Mr. Sanders can purchase. So yeah, you were spot on.
All right. Council, questions, comments? No? Anybody from the audience? Oh, Mr. Weatherly.
The only thing that I would add, Mr. Mayor, is that we will be sending legal notice out to the other property owners, informing them that they have 30 days to decide whether they want those properties or not. Then if they do not wish to purchase those properties, then this gentleman can go ahead and buy all of that footage if he so desires.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else on council? Questions, comments?
No. Kind of straightforward, really.
All right. Yes, Darcy.
Again, if I missed it, is there any plat number or anything with that piece of property? And also what's the square footage of that property? And did you say the sales price to the city for that property? I didn't hear that.
They're listed in the packet here. Option 1, 1,787 roughly square feet at $2,500. Option 2 is 1,500 square feet roughly for $2,150. Option 3, little over, just under 1,150 square feet at $1,600. And the smallest portion would be just his 10 feet, 893 square feet at $1,250. It's $1.50 per square foot. But no, it does not have the lot information on there, just the price and square footage.
Plotted lots.
So roughly over 66,000 something dollars for 4,000, 5,000,
Negative. Negative.
6,200 feet for roughly over, if someone puts the math together quickly, that's really good at math, which is Paul Prince.
You're
We can
misreading.
have those figures. Thank
No.
you.
You're completely misreading it, Darcy. He's either going to get 1, 2, 3, or 4. He's not going to get all of them.
It's not
Just one of the 4 options. So the
Thank
most
you.
the most he will play is 2,500. The largest he could get is 1,786. So it's not all added together.
Thank you. See, that comes out to a lot different pieces of property. Thank you.
I asked Josh if I explained it properly. He told me I did.
Apparently I was wrong
Yeah.
too, Mayor.
Yes.
I was just going on for the layman that's not as smart as Josh and yourself, and we're out here in the audience. And so when you explain things, then actually people who watch YouTube can actually hear your explanation and know without having to go hunting down and doing homework. So thank you.
I'm grateful for the questions because I try to think of everything, but I'm going to miss something. I discuss these items 20 times in a week probably. So when I'm sitting here, I don't remember everything that y'all might want to know. So thank you very much for the question. And yes, Christina, did I see your hand up?
No, I was just telling her, thanks for asking questions that people might have at home. I think that's great.
All right, anybody else? Paul Prince.
As a planning and zoning guy, I'm looking at this picture on page 28 of the packet, and I presume that the green strip behind the brown lot is the little 20-foot section behind this guy's lot, whereas the blue strips south and north are behind his neighbor's lots.
Yes.
And so I think through somebody owning a 20-foot wide strip that I don't think attaches to a street at either end, it just seems kind of problematic, what would be allowed for him to do with that land. So I'm a little nervous about the city selling an individual the blue sections that does not own adjacent property. But the green section seems like a pretty straightforward decision. That makes sense, Mr. Mayor, the way I'm saying it?
The blue section is not included in this sale.
There's options 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the packet. I thought this map was showing what those were.
Okay, so if you zoom in and you will see 2605 Wilson, the brown section. So that is his.
Yes, sir.
And he could get 10 feet of that green section, okay? Now where it butts up to 2604 and 2602 Newton, that's the portion he is asking his neighbors for.
I see, thank you. So he could get half of the green, he's wanting all of the green.
Yes.
Thank you,
So
sir.
he would have to get 2602 and 2604 Newton to release their half of those portions. You know, of course, that's because of the way the lots on Wilson and Newton are laid out. Now 2602 and 2604 will have sections behind their house that if they want to purchase at a later time, it's going to, I don't know, the plat's going to be really odd shaped by them selling it to this gentleman if they sell off that 10 feet. But you know, that's for them to decide.
But that addresses my concern of what could be done with the property. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Darcy.
And it also goes that there will be now no buffer. So if they sell that other 10 feet back to them, so their fence now could be on property line. And this guy can run his fence or whatever he wants right up to that property line. And now you got dogs or whatever, kids or whatever you got in your backyard, both like this. So I think those people that will they get little tags on their door or something saying, hey, this is what's going on with city council? Or how do these people get warned that this is about to happen?
Mr. Weatherly had pointed out that we will be sending them legal notice. Yeah, and I know your concern, where you're coming from, Darcy. I used to live right over in this neighborhood and had one of these behind my house. If the property owners around you didn't maintain it, the deer, the foxes, the skunks, the mice, everything was in that, because they would go back and forth from the golf courses to the lake, and they use these areas as their pathways, and everything was in those strips. And personally, I'd rather my fence be right up against my neighbor's fence. But anyway, yes, Darcy.
It won't work that way, Mayor. If an animal is actually taking a path to water, they're going to keep taking that path because that's their path and it's embedded in their head. And so now those people are going to get foxes climbing on their fences, and because I study animal, all that kind of crap, that's what will happen to that. It's just like that they did with the cougars in California. They took away their path that was embedded into their DNA, and then people got attacked on the path. So what's going to happen is when you close up those areas and you don't make a right of way for animals anymore, they will start coming into your backyards, or they will going to have to come down Wilson or Newton Drive right in the middle of the road. So those actual little paths behind the property are very, very important to our wildlife. And anyone on here that knows about wildlife would know that. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. If that is it, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we authorize the sale of the strips of land behind 2605 Wilson, and that we authorize the city manager to sign the agreement for the sale after a appropriate period has passed for the surrounding properties to notify the city of their desire to sell, let the sale go ahead, or to leave the property unsold.
All right.
I'll second. Second.
Okay, so I've got the motion and a second by Mr. Collins. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, the motion carries unanimous. And we're on number 8, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the selection of an operator for the restaurant located at Lago Vista Golf Course, and authorization for the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with the selected operator. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Where's that? Where's the summary? All right. So as you know, Baker's chose to vacate the restaurant back in August. We went forth with a request for proposals for a new operator in September with the closing date of 5 October. We have received 2 proposals. One of them is for Brock Spiedel. He's the gentleman that owns Brock's Italian at the strip center up by the grocery store. And the other proposal is from Dustin and Chelsea Martin, who own or who operate the grill at Highland Lakes. City used a 4-person review team to review the 2 proposals. This review team felt that Dustin and Chelsea Martin provided a quality menu, effective plan, and a good understanding to make the restaurant operate successful, and staff is recommending selecting Dustin and Chelsea as the new operator of the Lago Vista Golf Course. I looked through the proposals that each one brought as well, and the one that Brock put forth was for like almost like a fine dining type steakhouse. His proposal, I don't know, it was 20, 30 pages long, something like that. And it was a proposal for a golf course restaurant in Terre Haute, Indiana. And he just struck out Terre Haute and put Lago Vista in a few places. And his proposal was, I felt it was not fitting for our golf course with the steakhouse, and it just wasn't. I didn't think his proposal was fitting for what we need at our golf course. Dustin and Chelsea Martin's proposal was very geared toward the golfing crowd, and yeah, the breakfast menu and everything was perfect for what we would need or what we're desiring to have at the clubhouse. So I personally recommend going with Dusty and Chelsea Martin as well. Anybody else from council have any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
Yeah, the Martins have done a wonderful job of making Highland Lakes Grill successful. I feel that they have the knowledge and they have an understanding of what they need at a golf course, and definitely are my selection as far as someone to reopen our grill at the golf course and make it successful.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Collins.
Are the conditions such that when he starts up and gets going, he will be successful? We're not putting too much of a burden right off the bat, are we?
Mayor, one of the things, if provided the direction by council, one of the things that we've discussed is creating hours that would be 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then if the operator wants to operate in the evening hours, that would be their choice. And then to negotiate the rates with them, whether they want something separate in terms of utilities or roll it all in as we had it before, and have that discussion with them. But in the discussion with Mr. Martin, whenever he submitted his, he said in his proposal, hey, we'll do a rate that's fair and that can allow us to operate and be successful in the location. All we know, and I guess the last 5 years, is it's a difficult location and it's a challenge, whether it's a staffing issue or continuity issue. hopefully whomever is selected and awarded a contract, we can work with them to try and figure out how it's going to be successful.
And what I liked about his proposal is he's not trying to make it into a fancy restaurant. He's really looking at running it as a grill to complement the golf course. He's got 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. with bars staying open later depending on traffic, and sales in the afternoon. I would think during the summer when it's light until you may have golfers and stuff out on the course later than 5 p.m. I would assume he would be open later than 5 p.m. during the longer hours, you know. His breakfast tacos, breakfast sandwiches, and kolaches, that seems to what the golfers said they needed. I mean, they'd show up in the morning to play and they had nothing to eat. So the breakfast taco sandwiches was perfect. Lunch and stuff, you know, when they get through. And I just really liked his proposal. So I liked his proposal. Yes. Before I get to the audience, hold on. Let me make sure I address everybody on council.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that our local restaurants have had to struggle with is having the necessary personnel to actually run the restaurant. It concerns me right now with COVID-19 and the restrictions that the governor has put on restaurants on what they can do and how many people they can have in that location at the given time. If it's an additional burden that's going to be put on him in order to for him to be successful. So I want to make sure that we as a city work with him at making sure that he can actually do what's necessary to survive in the COVID time. I don't know if there's a program that he can apply for with the governor's program that would assist him so that he can have the necessary personnel that he needs to have in order to do this. I don't know if he got that for the Highland Grill location, so I'm not really sure. I haven't had any communication with him, but I know it takes a lot to run a restaurant, so I just want to make sure that we're not setting somebody up for failure.
From what I have heard, because of the situation, there was a lot of people in the restaurant business that were looking for work. So I don't know if he'll have problem getting applicants, you know, employees. You know, the 75% occupancy with his type of location and stuff and being on the golf course, I'm thinking half the people will be outside eating and drinking anyway, sitting under the trees and stuff. I don't know how much he'll have to base to see how much that 75% rule affects his occupancy load there.
Yeah. Based on the lease that's set up for him to operate under. So, I mean, we'll have to just look at all the numbers to make sure that it's going to work.
So we're not approving the actual contract tonight. We're just approving whether we want to go with the recommended vendor at this time.
Yeah, you've got two options, Mayor. First thing is, yes, you're selecting a contractor or not selecting a contractor. And then the second thing is you either authorize city manager to negotiate and execute a contract, or you authorize me to bring back a contract to council.
Yes, let's vote. All right. All right, I saw Darcy's hand.
Yes, it's just me again. Okay, so Mayor, I wanted to know, yes, the grill is great. I do go to the grill. I think they actually stayed open throughout COVID since March. I think they're one of the only restaurants that might have went to, at one point, closed, but they're great people there. They do great food. And it is going to be hard to open up through a COVID time. So I give them kudos for that if you accept them. But I had a couple of questions. When will the amount be online of what they're willing to pay from what the barbecue place was paying, so we can compare those? And then also, when will the lease agreement be online so we can see how many years they're willing to sign to stay in that position? Because the more times that you get a restaurant to flip over, the more times your golfers are not going to have the great experience that they think. Like one time they might come there and they get great service and they get great food, but then they come back a year later with some new friends and the thing's gone to, excuse me, but crap. So I want to know when the lease will be up, so we have those dates and the actual amount of what they're willing to pay. Is it over a year? Because I know the barbecue place had a problem over COVID paying the city. And so those are just some things I want to know when they come up online. Thank you.
All right, yeah, I would expect the contract to be negotiated by the next council meeting. So it'll happen pretty fast if we approve one of the contractors. Yes, Christina.
So I am wondering why you are willing to work with these new contractors, but you weren't willing to work with the old contractor that was already there, offering him a break on his rent or anything like that. Are you guys now willing to go down in rent and weren't
We did offer that to him. We did offer him to sit down and negotiate with him, and he chose to vacate.
After, right?
After what?
After he was still expected to pay the rent and everything?
I don't understand the question.
Mayor, I can add one comment. In my interaction between city staff and the previous contractor, the Baker's Barbecue never requested a reduction or any other agreement, a change in the agreement, even though we sent an email and had a discussion that said, if you're requesting a change in the lease agreement, please ask us that and we'll present that to council. So nothing was ever brought back from Baker's to present to council.
And then my second part of the question, they're going to do both restaurants still concurrently?
I would assume. I don't know. He didn't mention the other one. So as far as I know, he would be operating both. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge Durbin.
Just a quick question, because I know how selection committees work.
Oh, we lost you. We lost the sound.
Sorry, because I'm very familiar with how selection committees work here. Who's on the selection committee?
I don't have that information. Who was on that? Who are the four?
Mayor, that was me, Chris Godwin, Eric Zeno, and Chris Mobley. Eric Zeno, Economic Development Director, Chris Mobley, Parks and Rec Director, and Chris Godwin, Golf Course Director.
Okay, so nobody with any restaurant experience.
Mayor, if you may, I have owned and operated a restaurant, been there before, and Mr. Mobley has experience in restaurants.
Right.
I've worked at 2 restaurants and actually owned one and worked a grill. Been responsible for the dollars.
Okay.
That's Mr. Collins.
Also, I don't know the young man personally, but he plays with the MGA every Thursday. So he's kind of building up an audience. He hasn't spoken anything to me or anybody I know of that he was interested. I didn't know he was interested until today. But he plays with the golfers and owns with the golfers, and that's his audience. So
Yeah.
little.
I just know him as a baseball player. Paul Brent.
I don't.
I would agree with an earlier comment that he and his wife are doing a great job with the grill, and so they clearly seem to know what they're doing. My sense is, Mr. Mayor, from what you said, and I just wanted to see from Mr. Ray, since he was on that committee, if they kind of got to the same conclusion, that the other option was deemed to be an unviable or potentially likely unsuccessful business plan. So that kind of narrowed it down to just one option. If that's the case, and that's very different than selecting between two potentially successful businesses.
Yeah.
I can tell you our discussion, Mayor, and it really focused on the positives from the presentation from the Martins and the knowledge of how their businesses operated. We felt confident that, and the selection was a 4-0 vote, that the Martins provided a solid option that we felt would work successfully in that facility.
Yes.
This is Dave. Was there discussion with Brock as well? Face-to-face discussion with Brock as well?
Mayor, we didn't discuss the contracts with the providers at all. We reviewed the two menus. Brock submitted his, and he and I spoke briefly out in front of City Hall one day. And Dustin, when he submitted his, called me to provide comments. That was the whole discussion process. Both Brock and Dustin showed up at the golf course and did a tour with the golf course director. They looked at the facilities with Chris Godwin, and they were able to talk to him about their plans individually, but the rest of us didn't meet with either one of them directly.
Yes, Christina.
And Justin and Chelsea will be the sole tenants, and no one else running it. It's just going to be them two owning it and running it, right? The day-to-day. Obviously, they'll have a manager or something like that, but there's no sub-tenants or anything like that, right?
Mayor, the way the current contract works is that whomever we list is the operator, and it does not allow a tenant or a sublease of the agreement.
Perfect.
And obviously, since we haven't worked that, I couldn't tell you, but that's the intention from what I believed. And
all right, anybody else? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the Martins as the operators for the Lago Vista Golf Course restaurant, and we authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract and to ensure that we are where we want to be, that contract be brought back to the council for review.
All right, I have a
Second.
motion. All right, and I have a second from Tim Collins. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the contract is awarded to, or it goes to, not the contract. We haven't reviewed the contract yet, but the selection goes to Dustin. Unanimous. All right. Consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Number 10, approval of the following council meeting minutes: September 16th, 2020 special call meeting minutes and September 17th, 2020 regular meeting minutes. Questions, comments? Anybody from the audience, questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
I will second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved, unanimous. And we will go into discussion items. Number 11, discussion regarding a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, dedicating the following plats owned by the City of Lago Vista for trail development and sustainment of perpetuity as required by the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, approving the terms and conditions of the agreement, authorizing its execution by the city manager and mayor, repealing all resolutions in conflict, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. So let's see, bring this up. Was that number 11? All right, so as you know, we have the Turnback Canyon Trail Conservancy that is working on our future trail system. They have been working on a grant from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. One of the things that is required as part of the funding is this resolution, which would set aside city property to allow for these trails to go forward. So we're looking at this resolution. Right now, we still have some things that need to be clarified as far as the actual property that the city owns and where these trails are going to be. I think the maps that were included, the lines that were drawn on there actually crossed over into some private property. So we're having to go back and make sure that where the trail is actually going to go is not on anybody's private property, that is going to be on city property that we actually would have the permission to dedicate for these trails. And we've got to get some clarification on the affluent area. A lot of this property in this area is dedicated for effluent disposal. And with our current permits right now, we could not put trails through those areas. So we're having to go back and clarify a lot of the, identify exactly where this trail is going to be and see what conflicts are going to be involved before we can move forward with this actual resolution. I was provided a better map this week that I have sent over to GIS for them to look at. And then we have our engineer looking at the affluent disposal areas to see if there's any crossover, any conflict, where the trail runs and where the affluent is. So that's where we're at on this right now. Josh, do you have anything to add to that, or do we have Roy or anybody else in there or Aaron?
Mayor, I was going to add, I just put this up on the screen, and this is, I believe, what you received from Carl, and Carl's here at the meeting tonight. This is something that Turnback Canyon Trail Conservancy has been working with our team for about 3 years now, and looking at creating this interconnected trail system one of the things that staff will be doing in working with Carl is just making sure that the connection points before we bring this back to council works. And as you already said, so that it goes in areas that are acceptable for a trail system, that do not interfere with private properties and with other city uses, to ensure that we end up partnering together to build a functioning trail that has value in the community. So I was just going to leave that up for a minute for people to see this map, and then I'll take it down when you get to the questions for people.
Okay, so council, questions, comments, or if you have, actually, I'm going to go to Carl first. Carl, would you like to?
You guys
address the
able to
council?
hear me? Well, great. Hey, let me fill everyone in just very briefly, a quick update on the Trail Conservancy and what we're trying to do. So we're a small nonprofit here in Lago Vista. Our goal is a 20-mile interconnecting trail network on the north side of Lake Travis. We as a nonprofit, it's kind of neat. We can create a public-private partnership. We've got that between the city of Lago Vista, the Balcones Canyonlands National Wildlife Refuge, and Lakeside, or Tessera, whichever you want to call it, development. And so we've got these three organizations to work together well to create this interconnecting trail network. Also, as a nonprofit, we're able to go after big money grants. And so we've been pretty successful at that. I'm proud to, we've of course announced these in the past, but just to throw out there, so we won a 2019 Texas Parks and Wildlife grant for around $60,000. And then we won a 2020 Texas Parks and Wildlife grant also for about $80,000 for our next phase of trails. Now, a little background, we are still trying to secure the 2019 money. So that's really what we're after here is to get this resolution as one of the last key steps we need to securing that money and starting to build trails with that. Yes, it takes a while to lock down this. Believe it or not, it's actually federal money that's filtered through Texas Parks and Wildlife and then comes to us. So we've got a couple last steps. We're working on an archaeological study, which is required for this first phase, and then the city resolution. Really, the key here is we're looking for the city to state, and I think they use the word perpetuity. It's a big word for me to use, but the city to state that we will be able to build and maintain the trails and have them there for at least 20 years. And so that's the goal of this resolution. And after that, I'm here to answer any questions and get you guys the info you need to keep us moving forward.
All right. Council, questions, comments? Yes, Dick.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Carl, I think that what you've got going is going to be something really great for our community. I was really glad to see the new map because the other map shows that line coming down, jagging over to what would be the right of the screen down into what is somebody else's property. But the map you just showed us, that goes on the other side of those lots. So I think that'll resolve a bunch of it. The only thing I've really got a question about is where our effluent sprayers are, because the last thing you want is for somebody to be walking down one of those trails. Let's open up the effluent pipes and all of a sudden they're being sprayed with effluent water. And those things come up, they spray over the top of those trees out there. So they're up in the air pretty good. They would definitely put out a very unpleasant spray for people to have to be walking around in. But I think you're doing a good thing. And I definitely think this is something the city needs to support.
At this time, we do not have any affluent sprinkler heads in that area, but that portion of our area of our land down in there is dedicated for possible future expansion. And we just have to make sure that the two don't, intersect. Eventually, if we have I guess it's a class 1 system. We have a class 2. Is it class 1, type 1?
We have a type 2 right now. Needs to be type 1.
once we go to type 1, that is no longer an issue, but
Yeah.
that's down the road some. So we just got to make sure that where the trail's actually going to be and where the future potential expansion do not conflict.
I
Anybody
can
else?
comment a little bit on that. Regarding the conflict, we think we should be able to stay well clear. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned GIS mapping. I'm actually able to provide coordinates that are even more accurate than the map you guys displayed earlier. We were able to, we've platted a lot of our trail routing with the GPS. And then in the past, we've overlaid that with some of the city locations of their sprayers. In fact, we've had accurate GPS mapping of those sprayers and of the fence around there. And so I feel confident that we should be able to remain well clear and not have conflict there. As for the long-term plans, we are of the theory that the effluent sprayers need to be located roughly in flatter areas. They're slightly industrial. They need vehicles to access them and do maintenance on them. As a trail conservancy, we're really interested in trails in the ravines. The ravines have the benefit of remaining cooler in the hot months. It will literally get us more months of use on both ends during the spring and in the fall because the trails are, again, cooler and just easier to walk. And so we really do think it's a win-win that there's the ability to not have conflict there and both meet our mutual goals for the long-term use of this land.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on council? Yes, Darcy.
Sorry, I'm a little exhausted. I've been up since 5, so I'm going to try to make this short. Mayor, can I direct anything to Carl, like a question, since he's presenting? No, I have to direct it to you.
Direct it to us,
Okay.
and I can ask him to answer.
Okay, thank you, because I am trying to learn, and Arch, thank you. I am really trying to learn. So I have some questions. So this trail in the bigger scheme, is this going to be what they call, I believe is a safe passage also for animals to be able to make it from Balcones Reserve all the way down to the lake for water? Okay, and then I also wanted to know how it's going to save, like if there's oaks, like we all know that the cedars that we call cedars that aren't actually cedars are not indigenous to Texas, so you are allowed to chop those down. But who is going to watch for the oaks and the trees that need to be saved on this path? And so one of my things is, because they're a nonprofit, do they have to fall under the same rules that everybody else does for removing trees and have to pay that? And then this is a lot of questions, I know, because this is the first I've seen this. And I want to make sure that when this path gets done, who is now doing the upkeep? Is this to the city or is this now to the trailhead people? Thank you.
All right, Carl, would you like to address her questions?
Hey, Zach. So we are, as a nonprofit, required to comply with the Federal Endangered Species Act. Of course, the endangered species out here, there's 7 endangered species. The key one being the golden cheek warbler. Lots of organizations I'm going to mention here. So our money comes from federal funding through Texas Parks and Wildlife. But believe it or not, it's Texas Department of Transportation which does our review of the Endangered Species Act. We have had that review. We don't have it formally in writing, but we've been verbally told that we passed. And so we have an agreement with TxDOT to how we actually create trails to meet some requirements. One of the key requirements is that we cannot clear the corridor during outside of certain months when the golden cheek warbler are nesting. Very big picture, I can go into a lot of the details, but we will not be chopping down trees or significant trees. We think this trail can be created with only cutting very small trees and small in diameter. And so no major trees are going to be cleared. We definitely don't want to clear oaks. We all on the Trail Conservancy appreciate oaks. And we'll only be clearing at certain times. In terms of the maintenance, our game plan and our initial agreement with the city is to maintain the trail for its duration. That's for the type of trail we're building, which is a one-way single track trail that will connect with the city park, with Lakeside, and with the Balcones Canyonlands National Wildlife Refuge. We think that if the trails are built correctly and sustainably, then the trail is, the maintenance is minimized on those. A great example is there is a single track trail over in the Hollows that a lot of folks have just hiked on over time. It's technically a private trail, but that trail was built about 10 years ago. It has had virtually no maintenance on it. If you know, the Hollows has gone through a big lawsuit and POA back and forth, and so as a result of that trail hasn't had a lot of maintenance and is still in great shape. It's just an example how if a trail is built correctly, the maintenance, while needing to be done, can be minimized. And our goal is to build the trail correctly. We're going to bring in professional trail builders that really do a great job of this, and it should be a really nice, neat, sustainable trail. So,
with safe passage for animals. Yes, Paul Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, there are, this question is indirectly for Carl. He mentioned the golden cheek wobbler. The federal government does require certain wildlife mitigation fees be paid to the federal government. There's been developers here in Lago Vista in the past who are unaware of this and have developed, unbeknownst to them, they're actually on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars for not going through the proper steps for the golden cheek wobbler mitigation. There's a map that can be found that shows this, and it's shaded in different colors. My question is, regarding some of these trails, they're going to be as much as 5 feet wide. Have you guys, has Mr. Diekman and the people who are working with him, have they looked into this? And if so, is there any chance of the city having to pay any of these mitigation fees?
Mayor, let me answer one section of that before you hand it to Carl, if you don't mind. So in developing the park and the property, if you recall from previous meetings, council had to pay mitigation dollars within the last year. And so that's something that throughout the process, whenever we've had any kind of discussion with Carl, Carl's team's been well aware and on point throughout the process. So not only do we have to pay it, but if they go through, they've got to develop the same type of plan. And so they would work directly with the Park Service and not through the city. They would do it standalone.
Wonderful. Thank you for what you're doing. It looks fantastic. I think it's fair to say that everybody in this city is excited to see this plan come to fruition.
Yeah,
thank you.
Myself especially. We're ready to get there.
Very exciting.
A few of us have been saying it's time to get these trails built, so we're ready.
Good job.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. So this was just a discussion item, so we will be going back to work on this and making sure everything's clarified so that we can get this resolution put together and brought back to council. So I know we'll be reaching out to you, Carl, and working on this so we can make sure exactly where we know exactly where this trail is gonna be. And I thank you for joining us. Sorry you had to wait so long tonight.
That's good.
All right, one more, Darcy.
I'm watching the council meeting, so it's good.
One more, Darcy. Quick.
I think, and thank you, Carl. Is this part of, like, we could get on the committee for this? Is this part of the parks we would be dealing with Carl?
No.
We're a nonprofit, so let's find a way to get your contact info. We do occasionally rotate board members, so there's, maybe not a seat right there yet, but if you want to be involved, we have a lot of non-board members that come to our meetings and just volunteer and help, and there's plenty of opportunity. So, yeah, you bet.
Yeah, but they do, yes, but they do not report to our board.
But real quick, but the board, because they are dealing with our park up there, are actually, or our committee that's going for needing more people come November, December, would theoretically also, you know, they should be here at this meeting, is what I'm saying. Some of our Parks and Rec people should actually be at this meeting because Carl's here, and this has to do with our committee, which does the parks here, and that's what I'm asking.
All right, thank you. All right, so number 12, city manager reports.
Mayor, I have 2 items to report on. The first item, we did get our final annual golf course total rounds of 28,000 rounds for the year. We briefly touched on this last meeting. That's 22,000 non-member rounds and 6,000 member rounds. That's a fantastic number. I know we've seen a lot of good comments coming in, so we're very excited about that. And then today we received our sales tax distribution, and that number for the distribution for October was 63,397. And I'll share this screen really quickly. You can see with 2 months remaining in the calendar year, we've exceeded $608,000. Our estimate is that we'll exceed $720,000 for the calendar year. You'll see that 2019 was $542,000 and 2018 was $482,000. So we're seeing an increase in local spending. A lot of that hopefully will be maintained after the impacts of COVID, and hopefully that we're seeing these dollars go to local businesses here in Lago that can thrive. So we're excited to watch these numbers. This distribution comes around the middle of the month, and the distribution covers 2 months from before. So this is for August sales, and then we receive the distribution in October. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And let's see, I think that is all that we have, other than consider our schedule, any items for future council meetings. Other than items we have already discussed, I don't have anything for future council meetings to consider.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Weatherly?
Mr. Mayor, I would request that at the next meeting, we have a resolution that strongly expresses the fact that Lago Vista does not tolerate racial or hatred activities, and that we are very upset and disdain that this has occurred in our community, and it is not something that is part of Lago Vista. It's not part of our community. And I would also like to see a change in our policies for peddlers, that anything that could be considered racist or hatred motivating could be eliminated from those sales.
All right. David, did you have something? I don't even see David.
Mayor?
Yes, Tim.
I don't know about being overbroad on what is a hatred, but I think we should address Confederate flags, Nazi flags, other symbols that we know that we can write in our ordinances that they are not allowed to be sold inside the city limits.
All right. Yep. we will get with Aaron and we will do as much research as humanly possible on this subject so that we can cover it. Yes, Ms. Lucero, did you have a future agenda item?
Just questioning, just going upon what they just said. So is this going to be anything that's sold here, but is it also going to be anything that a flag that is raised here as well?
We'll have to look into all aspects of it. There's going to be First Amendment rights and all kinds of, I don't know, we're going to have to look at all kinds of case studies and everything before we can make that decision. So
thanks.
I don't believe that there's any way that you can prevent somebody from raising a flag of whatever kind on their own property. We may be able to control the peddlers selling and that kind of thing, but
No, actually, if you have a homeowners association, Dick, you can write those into homeowners association.
all right, well, we'll discuss this. We can,
okay.
We'll discuss it. But we got that down as a future agenda item. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to submit a recommendation for a future agenda item, and that would be for the consideration of having all planning and zoning meetings which are currently being recorded via Zoom, as well as once the COVID crisis ends and they go back into an open in-person session, that just as the city council meetings are recorded and uploaded to YouTube for citizens to review, as well as council and interested parties, so too should the planning and zoning meetings be done the same.
Yeah, I personally think every committee meeting should be.
I would think that that's ideally all of them. If you can't do all of them, at the very least, the planning and zoning, since that seems to be the most impactful, second to the city council. So what would be needed for that perhaps is if we could find out ahead of time for that agenda item what the cost impact to the city would be in terms of manpower and subscription fees, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
10:09.
Do it.
All right, I am going to call this meeting adjourned at 10:10 p.m. Thank you all so very much for attending tonight. And y'all have a wonderful weekend.